Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the San Francisco Board of Supervisors meeting of September 29, 2015. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam President. Supervisor Avalos. Present. Avalos present. President Breed.
Here.
Breed present. Supervisor Campos.
Present.
Campos present. Supervisor Christensen.
Here.
Christensen present. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen present. Supervisor Farrell.
Present.
Farrell present. Supervisor Kim.
Here.
Kim present. Supervisor Marr.
Here.
Marr present. Supervisor Tang.
Present.
Tang present. Supervisor Wiener. Wiener present. Supervisor Yee.
Present.
Yee present. Madam President, you have a quorum present.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America,
of the United States of America, and
one nation under
the
God,
republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
justice,
with
liberty, freedom.
justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any communications?
There are none to report today, Madam President.
Okay, can you please read the consent agenda?
Items 1 through 18 comprise the consent calendar. These items are considered routine. If a member objects, an item may be removed and considered separately.
Okay, seeing no names on the roster, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On items 1 through 18, Supervisor Kim.
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener. Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Christensen.
Aye.
Christensen, aye. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Those items are passed unanimously. Madam Clerk, item 16, please.
Item 19, Madam
Oh,
President.
yes, item 19.
Item 19 is an ordinance to amend the administrative code to amend the residential rent stabilization and arbitration ordinance.
Okay, colleagues, can we take this item? Same House. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you. First of all, as a procedural matter, we can still separate the question the way we did last time, and so I would like to do that.
Okay.
Madam President, it's my understanding that Supervisor Wiener has divided the question.
Okay, is there a specific to that divide?
Actually, Madam President, instead of dividing the question, I'd like to do the following. I would like to actually duplicate the file, which I believe I have the privilege of doing, and then I would like to make the following motion. It's a motion for version number 1 to remove page 8, line 9, through line 19, and then on version 2, to remove all language except for page 8, line 9, through page 9, line 19. And so the effect of this, colleagues, would be to divide this ordinance into 2 ordinances. As you'll recall, last week we passed the lion's share of this ordinance unanimously, including the sections that are the most significant portions of it relating to the so-called gotcha evictions and the owner move-in evictions. And then we had a split vote on the roommate provisions, which are the lines that I outlined. And so this would divide this into 2 pieces of legislation. One piece would be the roommate provisions, those pages and lines I just indicated. The other legislation would be everything else. And then we could, presumably if the vote is the same, it would be an 11-0 vote on one, a 7-4 vote on the other, and they would both, if those votes were the same, would both pass. And so that is my motion to amend on those 2 duplicated files.
Okay, Supervisor Wiener has made a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Tang. No discussion?
So just to clarify,
Supervisor Kim?
Yeah, so the motion to duplicate, though, is the privilege of any member on the floor.
Yes.
So what motion are we voting on then?
It would be the motion to amend.
see.
To amend one, to amend them so the net effect would be that you would have one version that's only the roommate provision, and the other version would be everything else. And it would be two pieces of legislation.
Okay. I just want to clarify for members of this board, in splitting these pieces, we do put this provision at risk of not having a veto-proof majority. And so that wasn't the case when the question was divided, but is now the case with two different ordinances.
Okay. So at this time, Madam Clerk, on the divided question, on the specific ordinance that was recommended for an amendment, we are going to be voting on the ability to amend.
The motion to amend.
The motion to amend. So can you please call the roll on the motion to amend?
So on version 1, we are removing lines 8.
Page 8, line 9.
Page 8, line 9 through page 9, line 19.
Yes.
And Madam President, you wanted to take the version 2 where we're striking all language except page 8, line 9 through page 9, line 19.
Right.
Yes.
It's one motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Supervisor Kim.
I'm sorry.
Supervisor Cohen?
To the maker, maybe you could talk a little bit more about why we're doing this, just so everyone is on the same page, because I kind of feel like we dealt with it, and now we're rehashing it. So walk us through your process.
Sure, absolutely. So this legislation, there are the overwhelming majority of this legislation, I don't want to say non-controversial, there are people in the community who are opposed to a lot of different portions of this, but in this body, the overwhelming majority of this legislation is non-controversial, and it passed 11-0. In fact, if my memory serves, Supervisor Kim has stated that the core pieces of this are the nuisance or so-called gotcha eviction provision, as well as the provision having to do with vacancy decontrol and owner move-in evictions, and those are part of the 11-0 non-controversial. The provision that has proven within this board to be controversial, and I think has caused a fair amount of concern in general that we've heard, has to do with the roommate provision that would effectively eliminate the ability of landlords to limit the number of residents in a unit based on numbers in the lease. And so given that divide, instead of sending this whole thing forward together to either rise or fall together, it makes sense to send it separately and to ensure that the non-controversial overwhelming majority moves forward and gets enacted, and then the mayor can either sign or veto the roommate provision. And so that's the rationale. You only have one section here that really is controversial anymore, and so the idea is to separate it out.
So I guess my question is why would we give the mayor that privilege to weigh in on this legislation when we've already discussed it?
Well, I think I don't view it as the mayor's privilege. I view it as a member of this board, because I strongly support the overwhelming majority of this, and I want to make sure that that is enacted. And there's one section that I know I don't support and that some others don't support. And so people can still vote for whatever they want to vote for, but this does give the option to consider the roommate provision separately.
Thank you.
Supervisor Campos.
Thank you. I will be voting against that effort. I think that in any legislation that we consider, there are things that we like or do not like about legislation, and we have to take the totality of the legislation and decide for whether or not, on balance, it makes sense to move it forward or not. So I will be voting against that, and hope my colleagues join me in that.
Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. I'm just going to concur with Supervisor Campos. I will be voting against the amendments to the duplicated files. I believe that this ordinance should move forward together as one piece and should be passed as one legislation that will be protecting tenants across the city.
Okay, seeing no other names in the roster, Madam Clerk, on the motion, Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you. Forgive me, Madam Clerk, I'm not quite sure of the exact procedure. I'm not quite ready to vote on this particular item. Is there a way we can put it on at the tail end of the agenda and deal with it a little bit later? I just need a little bit more time to process this.
Okay.
Is that something that can be done?
Yes, we can do that. We'll come back to this item later on in the agenda.
All right, thank you.
Madam Clerk, can you please call item number 20?
Item 20 is a resolution to authorize the San Francisco Police Department to accept and expend a gift of approximately $55,000 pursuant to the order of the final distribution of the estate of Ngwe Wu.
Colleagues, can we take this item? Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Item 21, please.
Item 21 is a resolution to authorize the San Francisco Public Utilities General Manager to execute a consent to assignment agreement to approve the terms and conditions of the agreement for an existing San Francisco Public Utilities Commission agreement for planning and engineering services for the proposed wastewater enterprise Central Bayside System Improvement Project with assignee MWH Americas, Inc.
Same house, same call. Without objection, this resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, can you call items 22 to 35?
Items 22 through 35 are the resolutions to authorize the execution and delivery of multifamily housing revenue notes in the following not to exceed aggregate principal amounts for the purposes of providing financing for the acquisition and rehabilitation for the following projects. Item 22 is for $16.2 million for a 75 multifamily rental housing project located at 491 31st Avenue. Item 23 is for $18 million for a 69-unit housing project located at 345 Arguello Boulevard. Item 24 is for $38.6 million for a 92-unit housing project located at 990 Pacific Avenue. Item 25 is for $22.2 million, 99-unit multifamily rental housing project located at 666 Ellis Street. Item 26 is for $48.8 million for 201-unit multifamily rental housing project located at 1150 Scott Street. Item 27, a $21.5 million 113-unit project located at 1880 Pine Street. Item 28 is for $30.7 million, 101-unit rental housing project located at 255 Woodside Avenue. Item 29 is for $39.8 million for a 118-unit rental housing project known as Holly Courts, located at 100 Appleton Street. Item 30 is for a $13.3 million 62-unit rental housing project located at 939 and 951 Eddy Street. Item 31 is for $69.2 million for a 213-unit housing project at 1065 Oakdale Avenue and 798 Gerald Avenue, also known as Hunters Point East-West. Item 32 is for $25.6 million, a 90-unit rental housing project located at 25 Sanchez Street. Item 33 is for $19.5 million, a 42-unit multifamily rental housing project located at 462 DuBois Street. Item 34 is for $21.8 million, an 89-unit rental housing project located at 430 Turk Street. Item 35 is for $14.3 million, a 50-unit rental housing project located at 227 Bay Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, the Mayor's Office of Housing has asked for a one-week extension on this item. So if is there any member of the board who'd like to make a motion to continue this item by 1 week? Motioned by Supervisor Christensen, seconded by Supervisor Farrell. Colleagues, can we take this motion to continue 1 week without objection? Without objection, the motion passes this item. This item will be continued 1 week to the next
October 6th, Madam President.
October 6th, 2015 board meeting. Madam Clerk, can you please call item 36?
Item 36 is a resolution to declare the intent of the city to reimburse certain expenditures from proceeds of future bonded indebtedness, to authorize the Director of the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development to submit an application and related documents to the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee to permit the issuance of residential mortgage revenue bonds in the amount not to exceed $16 million for 1035 Folsom Street and 21 Columbia Square Street.
Colleagues, can we take this item? Same house, same call. Without objection, this resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Item 37 is a resolution to approve the issuance of a not-to-exceed $4.1 million aggregate principal amount of new clean and renewable energy bonds to be issued by the City, the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, to approve the execution and delivery of the equipment lease purchase agreement, a direct purchase agreement, and a filing agent agreement, and to authorize other related actions.
Same House, same call. Without objection, this resolution is adopted unanimously. Item 38, please.
Item 38 is an ordinance to authorize settlement of the lawsuit filed by Mountain Cascade, Inc. against the city for $3.2 million. The lawsuit was filed in San Mateo County Superior Court on June 11th.
Same House, same call. Without objection, this ordinance is passed unanimously on the first reading. Item 39.
Item 39 is an ordinance to amend the planning code to eliminate the rental incentive from the Eastern Neighborhood urban mixed-use districts that permits project sponsors to lower their inclusionary affordable housing requirement and applicable Eastern Neighborhood public benefit fee by agreeing to maintain the units in their market rate development as rental units for 30 years and to affirm the CEQA determination and other findings.
Supervisor Kim.
Thank you, colleagues. Before you today is an amendment to change a part of the planning code that reflects a different housing market than the one that we had today. Since 2009, the city has offered an incentive to project sponsors in the Eastern Neighborhood area in the UMU urban mixed-use districts to encourage the development of rental units instead of home ownership units. This amendment was passed in 2009 to reduce the obligation of developers to build on-site inclusionary housing by 3 to 5%. In 2009, when this amendment was passed, rental projects represented 0% of all new units in eastern neighborhoods. In 2014, rental projects now represent 84%. The dramatic increase in the delivery of rental units is not the result of this incentive after interviewing developers, but rather the very strong rental market that San Francisco has seen. This amendment before us today is updating the planning code to remove this incentive because we are building rental housing without it, and to really acknowledge the housing market that we are currently in. Supervisors, colleagues, I ask for your support, and I'm glad to see that this amendment was recommended for approval by the Planning Department.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Colleagues, can we take this item, same House, same call? Without objection, this ordinance is passed unanimously on the first reading. Item 40, please.
Item 40 is an ordinance to amend the Public Works Code to provide that floodwater management projects that are located within the public's right-of-way, requiring a minor encroachment permit and funded by the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission grant funds, are exempt from payments of public right-of-way occupancy assessment fees.
Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, Madam President. The legislation before you is a simple and yet important amendment to the Public Works Code that will help small businesses and property owners that are in flood-prone areas. It will help them make changes to their properties to help prevent flooding. It amends the code so that if a property owner is doing a floodwater management project that's funded by the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission's grant funds, then they will not be charged a public right-of-way occupancy fee should they encroach into the sidewalk. On March 19th, I held a hearing on the issue of flooding at the intersection of 17th and Folsom, which is actually geographically the lowest point in the city. It's in my district. And it's an area that has the worst flooding of any part of the city. As a result of that hearing, the PUC staff, local residents, business owners created a working group to develop ideas on how to deal with this problem. One of the ideas that the working group came up with was the amendment of this code so that those who wanted to address this issue did not have to pay fees on top of that. So the point here is that exempting these projects from annual fees will make it easier for small business and residential tenants to persuade their property owners to apply for and install a project that minimizes flooding in this area. It will also further incentivize the program, the floodwater grant program, as a way of encouraging property owners to lower the risk of damage or harm to their properties in the neighborhood in the event of a storm. Finally, this legislation will also help ease the administrative burden that is placed on the PUC and its staff when people who participate in the program are hit with unreasonable fees that the PUC has had to deal with in the past, and in the past the PUC has had to intervene on the behalf of these folks. I want to thank the PUC and their staff for working on this item, as well as the Department of Public Works for supporting us in this legislation, and to my legislative aide, Carolyn Goosen. Thank you for all the work that has gone into it, so I respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Colleagues, can we take item 40, same house, same call? Without objection, the ordinance is passed unanimously on the first reading. Madam Clerk, can we return to item number 19, please?
Yes, Madam President, that item is on the floor.
Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Madam President. I will withdraw the motion and the duplication of the file, so we just have the original version that we voted on last week. And I do want to request that we divide or separate the questions in the same manner that we did last week, voting on the roommate provisions separately from the rest, but it would still all be one file. And I will just say, as I did last week, that I do believe in flexibility in allowing people to add roommates. People are already allowed to add family members effectively without landlord consent, and to swap roommates when a roommate leaves. I would be supportive of allowing people to add one non-family member roommate. People have a lot of reasons for wanting to do that, whether it's a boyfriend or a girlfriend, whether it's just a roommate they want to add, and that would be fine with me. But I just think this current provision goes too far in terms of allowing a large number of people to be added without any kind of effective consent from the owner. And so I'll be voting against that segregate or separated part of the file.
Okay, colleagues, on the ordinance without the roommate provision, can we take that item, same house, same call? Without objection, the ordinance finally passes unanimously. And Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the remaining question of the roommate provision of the ordinance?
On the balance of the ordinance.
Yes.
So, Madam President, your first vote was on the severed portion, pages 8, line 9 through page 9, line 19.
No.
Actually, no, that was withdrawn by Supervisor Wiener. And so we are looking at the ordinance similar to what we did last week when we separated out the components of the ordinance that were supported by all members of the board, and more specifically the component of the ordinance. Supervisor Wiener, do you have the section of the area we're talking about?
As a point of information, my understanding is we just unanimously voted to adopt the ordinance minus the roommate section, and then we'll vote separately.
Thank you,
Yes.
Supervisor
Which
Wiener.
is, for clarification, page 8, line 9 through page 9, line 19.
And that's specifically what we're voting on, which is the roommate provision. And from last week, some members of this board voted in opposition of that. So with that, and seeing no other names on the roster, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On the balance. Supervisor Kim.
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Mar.
Aye.
Mar, aye. Supervisor Tang.
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Wiener.
No.
Wiener, no. Supervisor Yee.
No.
Yee, no. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Christensen.
Aye.
Christensen, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Nope.
Farrell, no. There are 7 ayes and 4 noes, with Supervisors Tang, Wiener, Yee, and Farrell in the dissent.
The ordinance is finally passed. Madam Clerk, can we please go to commendations? And we will start with the commendation given by Supervisor Mar.
Thank you, President Breed. Colleagues, I'd like to ask if Dean Ito Taylor and anyone else from Nihomachi Legal Outreach, or actually Asian Pacific Islander Legal Outreach, can come forward. I'm honored today to recognize an amazing organization, APILO, or Asian Pacific Islander Legal Outreach, and we're here with one of its founders, Dean Ito Taylor, who's led so much that I'll talk about in a moment, different movements for social justice and empowerment, not only for the Asian and Pacific Islander communities, but for all communities. I think Apilo represents empowerment of clients and communities, not only immigrants, but also seniors and youth. The particular type of legal services that they've developed have been tremendously culturally competent, based on grassroots organizing and advocacy within our communities. They represent a grassroots approach to the real critical needs of the most vulnerable in our communities. They've expanded beyond a Japantown Nihonmachi operation of law students that founded it in 1975 to a wide range of different movements that they support across different community and neighborhood lines as well. Since 1975, Apilo has worked to break down barriers in the legal system that have historically barred Asians, Pacific Islanders, low-income people, immigrants, and others. Apilo clients are marginalized based on low-income status, gender, age, ethnicity, sexual orientation, race, religion, nationality, and language. Their population of people they serve are extremely in need of the services that they provide. I wanted to also say that they provide services in a number of languages, from not only Cantonese but also Gujarati and Hindi, over 10 languages: Punjabi, Tagalog, Taiwanese, Toisan, Vietnamese, Arabic, and Spanish. But it's a tremendous multilingual organization that they've created. Also, I wanted to just give a shout out to the executive director, Dean Ito Taylor. He didn't want me to do this, so I'm doing this against his wishes. But a former SNFLAF, or San Francisco Neighborhood Legal Assistance Foundation supervising attorney, he worked with a number of law students like Grant Tomioka, Ranko Yamada, and many others to found a unique organization called Nihonmachi Legal Outreach. I was a law clerk, his law clerk, years and years ago, but they really worked to empower Japanese Americans and Asian Pacific Islanders in their work, from redress and reparations and the Coram Nobis cases for the Japanese American community to freeing Chosu Lee in a racial justice campaign years and years ago. But also today they are linked up with broad social justice movements like the San Francisco Collaborative Against Human Trafficking that Dean is a leader in. They've led the creation of new alliances against domestic violence, not only in San Francisco, but also the Oakland API Battered Women's Clinic and many other organizations as well. But tremendous alliance building and coalition building, largely because of Dean and the staff's work to build alliances and build broader movements. In the past 40 years, Dean Ito Taylor, Lori Suzuki, the former director or first staffer, they've really built Apilo into an amazing organization that works across so many different lines. I wanted to say, too, that their elder abuse project and youth violence prevention programs are unique and a great model in San Francisco as well. Lastly, a couple of notable accomplishments of Apilo. They've been honored by so many other groups, and Dean has as well, but I did want to just acknowledge Holistic Legal and Social Services, their projects dealing with the abuse of elders and seniors in our communities, providing unique approaches like home visits to the frail and the elderly to promote their independence and aging in place with dignity in our communities. They also have, as I mentioned, worked not only in domestic violence, but also developing new projects to support LGBT survivors of domestic violence as well, but really cutting edge in the types of legal work that they do that's empowering to people. I just wanted to say lastly that my experience working and being mentored by Dean and by Apilo helped guide me as an activist and a social justice movement person, and I just feel that organizations like Apilo don't get anywhere near enough credit for the amazing work that they do and how they change lives of youth to seniors, but also people like me. I feel transformed by NLO and Apilo over the years, and I just wanted to thank Dean and his staff, Don Bautista and the board, and all those that NLO and Apilo have supported and empowered and given voice to over the years. Before Dean makes some comments, Supervisor Jane Kim wanted to also give some props to Apilo and to Dean as well.
Supervisor Kim?
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. I just also wanted to say a couple of words commending both Dean Ito Taylor and API Legal Outreach. It's amazing, 40 years, and I know that you have spent 40 years with that You have. 40 years with the institution as well. I think, Supervisor Marr said it all, but many people don't realize that API Legal Outreach is now the largest legal services for immigrants and victims of violence in the Bay Area, serving multiple language groups. And I think what is most astounding is not just, the leadership, but also recognizing the amazing staff at API Legal Outreach. I believe over 22 attorneys that make very little money coming out of very expensive law school educations that are really providing frontline services for residents across the Bay Area that would normally not get the caliber of those legal services. A few that I'll just recognize because we know them here. Victor Huang, who's the deputy director, and our police commissioner has done a tremendous amount. Leah Chen Price, who's also our immigrant rights commissioner. And I know that many of your attorneys worked with us also on our now passed eviction protection 2.0 legislation due to the work that API Legal Outreach does with many of our residents that are facing unfair and frivolous evictions throughout the city. I just think it speaks highly to the dedication of the team and the staff who work at much less than they could in other fields to serve on these frontline services. But also, API Legal Outreach is developing the leaders and the pipelines for our Asian American community and communities of color. And I just have to especially thank API for raising someone that is in my office, Ivy Lee, who has done incredible work to both raise the minimum wage here in San Francisco, ban the box, amongst many other pieces of legislation. And API Legal Outreach not only provides frontline services to members of our most vulnerable members of our community, but are also developing the leaders of today and tomorrow and the public servants of today and tomorrow that are making tremendous impact in the Bay Area. And that is why this organization is so important. And so we look forward to the gala on Friday in Supervisor Marr's district at the Cal Academy of Sciences, and we hope that many people come out to support. And I look forward to another 40 years of these incredibly vital services, but also continuing to develop the pipeline of leadership and public servants in the Asian American community.
Now, Dean Taylor.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Marr, for your kind remarks, and Supervisor Kim for your kind remarks. It's difficult for me to come and admit how old I am, and thank you for reminding me how ancient we're becoming. But also, it's also difficult for our organization to, be recognized in public. It's not something that we do. It's not something that we're about, and so we do thank you for this recognition and honor. We have partnered with each of you, supervisors, and the city as a whole in providing, services to those folks that don't have a voice today, whether they be seniors or youth, tenants, recent immigrants, survivors of violence, communities of color. We will continue to do that with your support, and I want to just thank you on behalf of our staff. Our staff does all the work. I just kind of make public appearances, but it's our staff that should be recognized today, and we thank you all again for your support.
For Planned Parenthood. To support Planned Parenthood. Isn't that why you were doing it?
Thank you and congratulations. The final commendation today will be coming from me. It's a surprise commendation, colleagues, because it is in regards to a really pressing issue that's facing the Western Addition community today. More specifically, right now, longstanding affordable housing developments that are in jeopardy of losing their affordable housing status in the Western Addition community is one such issue. One affordable housing site, the Frederick Douglass Haynes Gardens, like many of the city's HUD affordable housing developments, was built in the early 70s, and recently they paid off their mortgage, making them vulnerable to developers and greed. I've been working with the Mayor's Office of Housing to come up with the plan to preserve these affordable housing developments, and a week ago was in Washington, D.C., working with HUD officials and meeting with our Congresswoman leader Nancy Pelosi to discuss preserving affordable housing in San Francisco, which includes the Frederick Douglass Haynes Gardens. In the next few months, I will be working on a District 5 housing plan to increase affordable housing and preserve our existing affordable housing. As the city moves forward to address San Francisco's housing crisis, we'll need leaders in the community to work with us. And today, I have a surprise commendation for one of those such leaders, Reverend Amos Brown. I would like to acknowledge Reverend Amos Brown, former San Francisco supervisor, leader, and visionary for all people in San Francisco. He was instrumental in creating Frederick Douglass Haynes Gardens for low-income people in our community. He also sounded the alarm when Frederick Douglass Haynes was put on the market to be sold to the highest bidder, jeopardizing hundreds of people who are in need of this very, very important affordable housing. His advocacy is one of the reasons I'm in this position today, and the advocacy of our first African American Board of Supervisors president, who's in the audience today, Doris Ward. Trailblazers who have paved the way to make sure that those who are in need are taken care of and are supported by the powers of this city. Third Baptist Church is led by Reverend Amos Brown, and he continues time and time again to shed a light on a lot of the injustices that plague our city. And today, I have the honor of bringing to the podium, before I bring Reverend Brown up, the grandson of Frederick Douglass Haynes, who is the pastor of First Friendship Baptist Church in Dallas, Texas, who is a native of San Francisco, born and raised, went to public schools, Lincoln High School, but we don't hold that against him. His grandfather was instrumental in not only purchasing the lot where Frederick Douglass Haynes Garden sits, but he was a trailblazer and one of the first African Americans to run for the Board of Supervisors here in the city and county of San Francisco. So, Dr. Frederick Haynes III, can you please come forward and say something about Reverend Amos Brown?
Thank you so much. Let me thank you, President London Breeze, for the wonderful leadership that you continue to model for so many of us, not only in San Francisco, but around this nation. I'm privileged to pastor in Dallas, Texas, and so whenever I want to speak of progress and speak of dynamism, I can always brag that I'm from San Francisco, and San Francisco had the genius to make sure that a leader of London Breeze character and competence and charisma is giving leadership to this board. And so thank you so much for your sterling leadership and never forgetting where you have come from as it relates to our community and how the fact that our community and the welfare of our community in a real sense says a lot about San Francisco as a whole. And so being in Dallas, I'm always proud to point to San Francisco as a city of progress, a city that cares. And so I hope and pray that we will hold on to that, because as far as I'm concerned, San Francisco is ground zero when it comes to addressing income inequality in these yet to be United States of America. And so San Francisco, if it is to live up to its lofty legacy of being a progressive city, it must see its responsibility to fight for the middle class, to fight for the least of these, because the real measure of any society is how you treat those who are most vulnerable. Yes. All of us get excited about those who are up and in. We can shout about Google, and we're glad about that. But my thing is, if we cannot Google the middle class, if we cannot not Google, those who do not have access to opportunity, then we live beneath the legacy that we have been bequeathed. London Breeze has already said, I'm Frederick Douglass Haynes III. My grandfather, Frederick Douglass Haynes Sr., was the first African American to run for the Board of Supervisors here in San Francisco. And so I am so proud of the fact that Dr. Amos C. Brown took that baton of progressive and prophetic leadership, and he became a Board of Supervisor member. And I know my grandfather looks from eternity with great pride at the prophetic witness of Dr. Amos C. Brown. And so I think it's quite important that Dr. Brown is leading this fight to ensure that we have low-income, affordable housing right here in San Francisco, California. So I join with you in saluting and appreciatively applauding Dr. Amos C. Brown, but I say this to you, let's not just talk about it, let's be about it. Let's not just talk the talk, let's walk the walk. The best way to salute Dr. Amos C. Brown is to recognize what his prophetic witness has been all about. A national board member of the NAACP, the leader of the San Francisco branch of the NAACP, one of the most clear prophetic voices in this world is Dr. Amos C. Brown. And if we are going to really show enough, that's a Texas word, show enough, salute Dr. Amos C. Brown, let's protect affordable housing right here in San Francisco. So I can go back to Dallas, Texas and say, Dallas, let's look at San Francisco for a model as to how we stand against gentrification, stand against income inequality, and ensure that America is one of liberty and justice for all. I salute you for having the sense to salute Dr. Amos Brown. But if you have enough sense, let's take it from hallelujah about what he's doing to do-hallelujah and make sure that everybody has an opportunity at housing right here in this amazing city, San Francisco, California. Congratulations, Dr. Amos C. Brown.
Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to see you all this afternoon in the chamber. I have to tell you, it was a privilege to sit here on this side of the chamber and hear President Breed call out Reverend Dr. Amos Brown, and even he sat up a little taller in his seat with pride when we were calling to recognize him. Now, I'm not quite sure what we can expect here today. Sounds like we might have church. I mean, we've got a handful of ministers in the audience with us today. But first and foremost, I just want to take a moment and also recognize the ever so lovely, talented, beautiful, courageous, and strong Doris Ward, for whom all of us stand on her shoulders. Thank you so much for loving us and guiding us and giving us the inspiration and reminding people that we do have a place in this city. Thank you very much. And and the other thing that I wanted to just to acknowledge is to Reverend Brown, who has been a leader for generations for many people in this city. He's been outstanding. And the one thing that I admire the most about this man is that he has never run for a fight. Never run from a fight. This is a man, even when the odds were stacked up against him, he stood up in the face of adversity, both here and in the South, to call out and ask for justice, and he continues to do so. Reverend Brown, I hope that you will continue to work with President Breed and myself as we continue to uplift the concerns of the African American people in this city, not only around affordable housing, but also around the unsolved crimes and murders in this city. That is actually imperative that we begin to seek justice and also foster peace for the mothers and the families who have lost dear loved ones, and make sure that we do not brush over lightly the loss of this very precious life. And with that, I welcome you to come up to the podium and say a couple words. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam President, Supervisor Malia Cohen, to all of you who comprise the legislative body of our government, good afternoon. This is one time that I am speechless. I said in an earlier meeting that 5 years ago, unfortunately, I suffered an ischemic stroke. The one thing that I always marvel about since that day is that God, as you will recognize, spared my mouth and my mind. My mobility was just compromised a little bit. And I submit to you before I take my seat that I'm not here alone today. Because first, it was very much a touching moment, a tender moment, when our son in the ministry, the Reverend Dr. Frederick Douglass Haynes III, the grandson of my predecessor, stood before this podium and gave some words of commendation. San Francisco should be proud of him. He is a world global citizen. He's in demand all around this globe in behalf of not just civil rights, that one would take advocacy only for blacks. But Dr. Haynes is a champion for human rights, respecting the worth and dignity of all human beings. Whether it be gay rights, women's rights, workers' rights, you name it. This brother has been morally consistent. And I say today, though I accept this surprise citation that I wish for my wife to come and share, that it can be a dualulia. What did you call it, Dr. Haynes? Not just a hallelujah, but a dualulia. It will be a dualulia when we stop this hemorrhaging of the black population from this city. San Francisco should be ashamed of itself that we've lost 60,000 black people since 1970. We should be ashamed of ourselves that a report that will come out in the Chronicle cites the fact that the median income for African Americans is $29,000. But for whites, it's between $101,000 to $110,000 a year. Shame, shame, shame on San Francisco. It's a shame on San Francisco that every week I have been residing practically over funerals of young African Americans who are dead before the deadline. The Bible promises us 70 or 80 years if by reason of strength. But too many of our young people are dead at the ages of 15 to 35. That is a blight on San Francisco, the city of San Francisco. Just the other day, His Holiness was here in this country, and he spoke to the legislative chamber of our national government. And the one thing that he underscored, among many other great things he said, was that we should all just live the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And if you don't want to be out of a house, don't let African Americans be out of a house and experiencing no affordable housing in the city. If you don't want to have bad health, make sure that you have health care for African Americans and culturally sensitive doctors. If you don't want anybody shooting in your community, make sure that you have police personnel that knows how to really provide public safety for all of the people of this city. And when we do that, as I always say, we will never apologize about San Francisco or who we are as decent human beings. But we would all feel good and proud about ourselves and be able to say, I'm black and I'm proud. I'm brown and I'm sound. I'm yellow and I'm mellow. I'm red and I ain't dead. I'm white and I'm all right. I'm gay but I'm godly. I'm straight but I'm sensible. That's what San Francisco ought to be about until eternity holds us all and comes to bring us home. God bless you and thank you.
Face this way.
Come on, Doc. Get in here.
Smile. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Please frozen for a while.
Okay, one more in the middle, Iris.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
All righty. Now that we had church at the Board of Supervisors, we can get back to business. Madam Clerk, can we please go to roll call for introductions?
First supervisor to introduce new business is Supervisor Kim.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have 2 items today. The first is a resolution. Earlier this month, as many of you know, on September 17th, members of the U.S. House of Representatives voted to try to defund Planned Parenthood, one of the nation's largest providers of women's health care and family planning services. Over the last 5 years, Republicans have also cut 10% of the Title X federal budget for family planning. At the same time, many states have been cutting or eliminating family planning funds. This is simply antithetical to the idea of society that respects women. I want to thank my co-sponsors, Supervisor Campos, Christensen, Tang, Mar, Avalos, Wiener, and Yee, who have joined me today to send the message that here in San Francisco, we respect women and that we support a woman's right to control her own body. Public investment and commitment to family planning and accessible health care, regardless of income, ensures that women are able to plan, delay, or avoid pregnancy. And this is critical to affording women the opportunity to control their lives in the most fundamental way. Historical research has linked state laws granting unmarried early access to the pill at age 17 or 18 rather than 21 to their attainment of post-secondary education and employment, increased their earning power, and narrowed the gender gap in pay, and later contributed to more enduring marriages. Contemporary studies indicate that teen pregnancy interferes with a young woman's ability to graduate from high school, to enroll in and graduate from college. Conversely, planning delays, and spacing births appear to have helped women achieve their education and career goals. Delaying a birth can also reduce the gap in pay that typically exists between working mothers and their childless peers and can reduce women's chances of needing public assistance. The fact is, when women have control over their bodies, they have better control over their lives, and our entire city and society is stronger for it. Our health and access to health care is important as well, and to allow a few extremists to jeopardize one of the nation's largest providers of accessible and comprehensive health care, including cancer screenings, HIV tests, prenatal care, and family planning. For anyone who cares about the right of women to control their own bodies, a right that has been recognized for 40 years since the Supreme Court decided Roe versus Wade, and a right that has been under attack for decades, I ask for your support today for a resolution that I'm introducing that would affirm our city's support for Planned Parenthood, oppose any defunding of Planned Parenthood on the federal level, and makes clear our commitment to continuing the services of our local Planned Parenthood, the San Francisco Health Center, regardless of federal support. Second, today I am calling for a hearing and actually substituting and augmenting a hearing that was originally called by Supervisor John Avalos in the spring of this year. For most people, tickets or towaways are an annoyance or a financial hassle. I myself have paid these tickets and even a towaway car, and while astonished by the hit to my pocketbook, have been able to absorb the expense. However, there are many residents that live paycheck to paycheck in an increasingly expensive and unaffordable San Francisco, and these fines can have a far more reaching consequence. In June, when the board approved an extension of Auto Return's towaway contract with SFMTA, I brought up the incredibly high fees associated with towing in San Francisco and requested further discussion prior to approving a new 10-year contract with a towaway business, which would begin in April 2016. If San Francisco was on par with other cities, I would not question the cost recovery fees that have been associated. But the fees our office have researched are considerably lower than San Francisco and other cities. For example, we looked at Chicago, Seattle, Los Angeles, and New York. In Chicago, a towaway fee is $150 plus $20 per night for the first 5 days. Seattle, $145.50, $13 the first night, and then $24 for each additional day, although there are additional fees in Seattle. Los Angeles, $121 plus $38 per night and additional fees. New York City, $185 per tow plus $20 per fee. No additional fees tacked in New York City. Here in San Francisco, our base tow fee is $491.75. More than double any of these large cities, plus $68.25 per night. More than 3 times any of these cities. Including, we are one of these cities that also can charge additional fees on top of these base charges. While I understand that SFMTA must recover the cost of towaway cars, I have to question why our fees are so much higher, and would also like a discussion on how contracts with private towaway contractors are structured to ensure cost recovery only. If the number of tows per month does not cover rent and staff, what then occurs? Is the towing company incentivized to tow away more cars in order to meet monthly fees? When tow companies, when fees exceed renting and staff, what happens to that additional revenue? Who gets to see it? And how much profit is a towaway agency allowed to incur? While I'm glad to see that San Francisco is now forgiving this fee in the case of a stolen vehicle, I would like to continue this conversation for an individual that cannot afford the $490.75, which may be one's monthly meal budget, a significant portion of your rent, or any part of your living expenses. And currently, we have no program for individuals that cannot afford this fee, similar to how we have for parking tickets. We also do not have a cap on private towing rates, as many other cities like Minneapolis, Indianapolis, and Portland have currently. While my roll call today focuses on towaway fees, given the timing with the upcoming contract that SFMTA is currently exploring and will be releasing an RFP for, I'm also interested in the overall universe of our municipal fines, programs for individuals that cannot, what programs we have in place for individuals that cannot afford this fine, and raising the question of how much government should balance our books on the backs of our residents, in particular our low-income and working-class residents. I'm joining Supervisor John Avalos, who initially made a request this past spring on driver license suspensions. We are jointly substituting his original request with this expanded discussion. Organizations such as Southern Poverty Law Center, ACLU, Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights, and the Department of Justice are examining now how local governments are using this municipal fines, what are its purpose, and how does it impact low-income and working-class communities across the country. In one case, data has surfaced that municipal fines fund as much as 66% of local government services, as in the case of City of Calverton. In Ferguson, the Department of Justice found, quote, a pattern and practice of racial discrimination within Ferguson, unquote, where every branch of Ferguson government, police, municipal court, city hall, participated in unlawful targeting of African American residents, leading to millions of dollars in fines and fees paid by black residents, and ultimately that the fines were used to satisfy revenue needs rather than public safety needs by which these municipal fines were initially created. There are numerous stories across the countries of lives ruined because they could not afford to pay even a very small municipal fine. In one case, a young woman could not afford her $41 seatbelt ticket and was then put on a monthly payment plan that incurred $30 a month so that she could pay her $41 ticket over the course of the year. After 1 year, she had not paid off this $41 ticket. There was a working-class man who stole 1 can of beer and was thrown in jail 3 times because he could not afford the ticket that was associated in it. And then there was a 49-year-old mother who got several tickets for driving without an insurance and license so she could take her son to school and go to her part-time job. When she was unable to pay the fine, she was sentenced to 2 years of probation, which cost her an additional $200 a month to participate in the program. While these are not necessarily cases here in San Francisco should be ahead of the curve in examining this issue. While our fees appear to make up a tiny percentage of our revenue, it's worth examining our fines on balance with its original purpose, whether it's increasing public safety, ensuring adequate street cleaning, or easing traffic flow during rush hour, all legitimate public goals, but we should examine the disparate impact it has on our residents based on income in an increasingly unaffordable city, how we can provide relief to residents who cannot afford these fines and for whom fines can lead to devastating financial or even criminal consequences, and finally examine lowering San Francisco fines overall for all residents. I look forward to this hearing, and I want to thank Supervisor Avalos and his office for their work initially on this already, and the rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. It's now after 3 p.m. We will return to the introduction of new business after the conclusion of the 3 p.m. special orders. Madam President.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please call items number 49 through 52?
Items 49 through 52 comprise the special order at 3 p.m. for persons interested in a public hearing for the decision of Public Works dated August 24th, 2015, approving a proposed 4-lot subdivision located at 40 Bernal Heights Boulevard. Items 50 through 52 are the motions associated with that public hearing.
Supervisor Campos?
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, like to make a motion to continue these items to October 20th. Both the appellants and the project sponsors in these items have agreed to mediation, which I'm happy to conduct. And our hope is that we can resolve the appeal that's before us. The mediation is tentatively scheduled for October 13th. So with the hope that there can be a resolution, I hereby move to continue these items to October 20th.
Okay, Supervisor Campos has made a motion to continue these items to October 20th. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Kim. And at this time, before we vote on that, we need to open it up to public comment on the continuance. Are there any members of the public who'd like to provide public comment on the continuance? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Colleagues, can we take the motion to continue to the meeting of October 20th without objection? Without objection, the motion passes. Madam Clerk, can we please go to our 3 p.m. special order and call item 41 through 44.
Item 41 is the public hearing of persons interested in the adoption of a final negative declaration under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, for a proposed agreement for disposal of municipal solid waste at Recology Hay Road Landfill in Solano County, issued by the Planning Commission on May 21st, 2015, and adopted on June 1st, 2015. Item 42 is the motion to affirm the Commission's approval of a final negative declaration. Item 43 is the motion to reverse the Commission's Commission's final negative declaration approval. And item 44 is a motion to direct the preparation of findings reversing the Commission's approval of the negative declaration.
Thank you. Colleagues, we have before us today an appeal of the final negative declaration for the landfill disposal agreement at the Hay Road landfill in Solano County. Our consideration of the appeal involves our analysis of the adequacy, accuracy, and sufficiency and completeness of the negative declaration. Without objection, we will proceed as follows. Up to 10 minutes for the appellant to describe the grounds for their appeal. Up to 2 minutes for public commenters to speak in support of the appeal. Up to 10 minutes for representatives of the Planning Department to present its analysis for certifying the negative declaration. Up to 10 minutes for real party interest to present their case for certification of the negative declaration. And up to 2 minutes for public commenters to speak in support of the issuance of the negative declaration. Finally, the appellant will have up to 3 minutes for rebuttal arguments. So with that, we will open this hearing up and move forward with the appellant. You will have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the Board of Supervisors. Before I get to our issue at hand, I want to thank Supervisor Kim. I today am also a proud supporter of Planned Parenthood, a former board member of Planned Parenthood Northern California for a fair number of years. And I thank you, particularly this entire board, for what you've done for our clinic on Valencia Street. It's been remarkable, your support, and I encourage you to continue doing it. So the matter at hand. My name is Dwayne Crom. I'm a former member of the Solano County Board of Supervisors, and I'm here today representing the Solano County Orderly Growth Committee. We are the appellants of the Hay Road landfill decision to not do a full environmental analysis of the proposal to ship the garbage that's currently going to Altamont Pass to Hay Road landfill in Solano County. I find it perplexing that a city like San Francisco that has done such an incredible job of diverting trash, reducing waste stream, so terrific at social justice issues, frankly has a blind eye to what's going on in Solano County. This decision to not do any environmental analysis at all of shipping up to 50 trucks a day or more to Solano County, none of those trucks come to Solano right now. None of those trucks today cross the Bay Bridge and turn left through Contra Costa County. All of those trucks go to Altamont County. All you've analyzed in your environmental document is the delta of miles traveled between the distance between Altamont Pass and Hay Road in Solano County. I mean, that delta is a fair number, but it's not the roughly 60 miles each way into Solano County, all of which is new to Solano County and Contra Costa. To say that there is no environmental impact, nothing, is just mind-boggling to me. So as a representative of Solano County, I am very concerned about the health and welfare of our county and hope you will reconsider the decision that's been made by the Planning Commission and the planning staff to not do full environmental analysis. Incredibly, I find it incredible that they didn't even offer a mitigated negative deck. And with a mitigated negative deck, there would at least been a recognition that the environment in Solano County and somewhat in Contra Costa County and northern Alameda County is being impacted by these new trips. And they are new trips into our region. A mitigated negative deck would have at least considered what are the impacts on the region that these trucks are now going to. You're silent on that, absolutely silent. So I would hope you will reconsider, and I will now turn our time over to our attorney, Courtney Ross Tate. Get out of your way.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Courtney Ross Tate, and I represent the Solano County Orderly Growth Committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to actually speak to you on this. It's such a huge deal for us. First of all, we're lucky to live in California where environmental review is coveted. We have one of the best environmental laws on the books. Now, one of the things great about CEQA is that you have these 3 levels that you can go through once you've identified something as a discretionary project, right? You can do the bare minimum and basically just say there's nothing happening here. You can do what he brought up, a mitigated negative declaration, or you can do a real environmental review. Now, we take issue with doing a negative declaration, and we take it for many, many reasons. Now, first of all, like he said, this is not the delta between what was happening and what is going to happen. This is an additional 640,000 additional miles per year that we're going to be driving these trucks. Additionally, there is a huge fair argument based on just the amount of testimony and expert reports that have come back on both sides that this requires additional review. So the other thing is, we're only looking at the project as this contract. That's not what it is. The project is the disposal of your municipal solid waste. That's up to 5 million tons of waste, and that's what the project should be defined as. This piecemealing is not only unlawful under CEQA, but it has been happening throughout the entire process. Right now, we have this issue with what is actually going to be disposed of at the Hayroad landfill. Some people say it's a certain amount of tonnage. People say that it's capped. People say there's only 50 trucks per day. But only even recently that the recent response to our appeal said that it could be up to 94 trucks per day. That's round-trip truckloads. That's a huge difference. So 50 trucks per day versus 94. Additionally, adding to this argument is that the Hayroad landfill can only accept 2,400 tons of waste per day. And so if we actually have up to 94 trucks, basically San Francisco would be taking up the capacity per day. We haven't talked about what's going to happen if we go over that 2,400. We don't know where that waste is going to go, whether we're going to have to store it. Additionally, all of the communities that surround the Hayroad landfill utilize this landfill. If you go back to the original purpose of this, it had nothing to do with San Francisco's municipal solid waste. It was there for all of the other communities to bring their waste to. Thus, if San Francisco starts trucking thousands and thousands of miles every day to take its MSW to the Hayroad landfill, at what point do the other communities not to avail themselves of their own landfill, and then they need to start trucking? Now you have this snowball effect where people are just moving their trash around. There's no clear plan for this. Also, the Hayroad landfill has a certain capacity. It was supposed to be open until 2050 or somewhere in there. If we are increasing the amount of municipal solid waste that goes in there, then they are going to reach that capacity much sooner, and thus everybody is going to be looking for somewhere new to look for their trash. The Recology wants you to limit the review to the additional lengths of trips, but we've just said that that is a huge, huge number. But they have conceded now that the project relies on data that isn't there. For instance, we have come with our appeal saying, well, you have not taken into account that San Francisco's population is steadily increasing. Thus, if a population increases, of course, waste increases. Waste of all types, municipal solid waste, any type of waste. They've taken issues with our numbers associated with that. They want us to believe that waste is going down. But if you look at any of the years in the past 4 years, it's either leveled off or even slightly increasing. Now, these are data that is coming straight from the Altamont landfill. This is all Recology MSW waste, and that's all that goes into that landfill. These are raw numbers of what's happening right now. So it is incongruent to the data to actually say that somehow municipal solid waste is going down. Now, for evidence in that, they attached a grant application that you guys have been given a grant, which I think kudos. Of course, we all want less waste. We want more diversion. We want more programs. And that sounds great in theory. But what an environmental review needs to do is actually assess those numbers, okay? So if we are going to assess those, then we need to are they really going to be 100% effective? How much are they actually going to be implemented? How much waste are we actually going to be able to divert so that it doesn't add to those numbers? And how does that compare to San Francisco's rising population and its waste? So there's a lot of data that has not been taken into account, and the reason it hasn't been taken into account is because this is a negative declaration. You know, it has a certain limit. You don't have to go to a certain level. All we're asking here is that you actually take another review. Look at it. There are significant impacts on the environment. There is a completely fair argument, which is the legal standard here, that is happening. And to basically ignore every other expert's report that doesn't fulfill what you want to hear is a problem. And all we're saying is, please take another look at this. CEQA was there to protect the people, and it's there to protect not only who I represent, Solano County residents, but everyone. Now you have trash traveling thousands of miles through many, many communities, not taking into account anything that's going to happen in the downstream of that, and that is what we call piecemealing under CEQA, and it is, unlawful. I think that it also is dangerous. Now, interestingly enough, I do CEQA law on both sides of this. I typically represent municipalities or quasi-governmental agencies. Typically, I look at environmental review and I look at it to say, great, what is the standard that we need here? Now, I would say that a negative declaration is for things that are small. When you want to adjust lot lines, you want to possibly change a zoning ordinance that doesn't have a ton of impact. This is not one of those projects. This simply just isn't one of those projects. And I would love to say it fits in that tight box, but it doesn't. I understand the financial ramifications of additional review, but you have to protect the people. That's why the CEQA law is there, and that's what we're asking you to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will now. Did you have anything further?
No. Our 3 minutes for rebuttal?
Yes. Okay, we will now open it up to public commenters who'd like to speak in support of the appeal. You have up to 2 minutes each.
Madam President and board members, hi, I'm Arthur Feinstein. I'm the Conservation Chair of the Bay Chapter of the Sierra Club. Nice to see you all again. We've sent you a letter expressing our opinion that you do indeed need to do a full EIR. I think the examples that have been just presented to you make it very clear that a neg deck is inappropriate for this. There are several issues for the Sierra Club. One is not really a neg deck issue, but I think you should understand that right now, and I think it's been accepted ever since we've had landfills and realized their impact, that landfills do have impacts. They take away open space. They destroy resources. And usually nowadays we ask for mitigation for that. We got mitigation at the Altamont landfill where there's actually a fee for open space as well as for recycling, of which San Francisco benefits from. The new landfill that Recology is proposing to use will not have such a fee, so that we will not be mitigating for the loss of the natural resources that this landfill encompasses. I would like to emphasize something that should be strike home to San Franciscans, which is that we are now proposing, as you just heard, a large amount of truck traffic along the West Contra Costa, West Alameda corridor. This is usually, and especially in Richmond and also West Berkeley, communities that are disadvantaged, low-income communities. We are going to be inflicting a great degree of air pollution on those communities, just as we now have at the Bayview and Hunters Point, where we have the highest asthma rate in the city because of those highways, 101 and 280. And now we're putting more trucks right next to communities similar to the Bayview, and we're saying there's no impact. There's been no study on that. I think that's unconscionable for San Francisco not to look at what we're doing to those other disenfranchised communities and analyzing their health impacts. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please.
Tony Virios, Little Hollywood Improvement Committee. Supervisors, this may be very difficult for you to reverse the decision of your environmental department head, but we have to ask, with all the facts that you've already heard, was there any science done? And the answer is apparently no. There's no evidence of that. So then the question is, how was the decision made? Somebody waving a magic wand? In our community, we're the recipients of the back end of all the garbage on Tunnel, 501 Tunnel Avenue in San Francisco. And there was no environmental review done when that facility was built. And we've suffered with it for over 50 years. Nobody from the mayor, the board of supervisors has really done a thing to help us and try to mitigate the negative impacts that we suffer there. And what's going on now, there's no environmental, we got a negative declaration about Recology adding another 13,500 square foot addition to the transfer station. And now they want a negative declaration has been issued for this landfill change. It doesn't make sense, and leadership demands on your part fairness and integrity. That's all we're asking you to show us. Just show us some fairness and integrity. Do the right thing, do the EIR. Reverse this vote.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Barbara Cummins. I'm a San Francisco resident and ratepayer, and I am here in support of the appellate. We need an environmental impact report to dispose of our garbage responsibly. This is paramount. This is San Francisco. We're a green city. How can we do it? I've been involved with this issue for 5 years. First it was the Wheatland landfill. That didn't work out. Now we're going to try to ship it to Hay Road, again without an environmental impact report. Why are we doing this? This is irresponsible. Landfills should really be a thing of the past. Europe is far ahead of us in the use of mass incineration, and I have copies of an article to pass out to the Board of Supervisors. Please read this and think about it. We shouldn't even be having this argument today. We should be working on mass incinerator plants. So I would please ask you to reverse this and order an environmental impact report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Irene Krebs from the San Francisco resident also. I just have a question. How many supervisors have really visited these two landfills, the Altamont landfill and the one at Solano County? Because I'm concerned, what landfill is closer to people, to maybe agricultural land? And I wonder about the water table. I think that's really significant. It was in the Wheatland one, when there was, water table was 34 feet from the surface. I want to know what the water table is like in these two areas. So for those reasons, I would like to see an EIR. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam President, Otto Duffy, neighborhood. I live in the neighborhood nearby. It so happens today that I happen to put on my hiking shoes to come over here. I don't know if it's very wise to wear these kind of shoes in the Tenderloin or not. The stuff that gets stuck on the bottoms of them, the soles. Nonetheless, I think I'm going with the Sierra Club today. I find it telling that with the presentation that was made, the person pointed out that not requiring a report is illegal, but that was insufficient. They had to give other reasons other than that. Normally being illegal is a pretty strong argument, but I know on this board it doesn't always carry.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is David Tam, representing SPRLDEF, an acronym that stands for Sustainability, Parks, Recycling, and Wildlife Legal Defense Fund. Personally, I've been involved in this struggle for over 30 years. We urge you to uphold the appeal of the Solano County Orderly Growth Committee and require an environmental impact report. I have prepared a one-page document which I've provided copies of for members of the Board of Supervisors. I would divide it into two parts. One is highlighting what is an environmental benefit now in the existing Altamont agreement, which is bolded on your piece of paper. It's basically open space fees. Already over $10 million have been expended to acquire more biodiverse wildlife habitat in the wildlife corridor between Mount Diablo and Mount Hamilton through eastern Alameda County. That's beneficial to San Francisco residents because these areas are relatively accessible by public transit. And hey, San Francisco doesn't have its own landfill space. Its previous landfill was at Mountain View. What's going on down there now? An auditorium, but not environmental benefit. Second environmental benefit is the Recycling Jobs and Environmental Education Fund. $400,000 to $500,000 a year is expended, and about 30% of that recently has been for San Francisco applicants. I don't know the details on that. Finally, under the agreement, there are two things. One is when this deal was made in 1998, as a result of a settlement of a lawsuit, it assured San Francisco, which did not have continuation of landfill space, that it would have one. At that time, Solano County voters had ruled out importation of this level of waste. Thanks to the governor and his neoliberal judges and Fiona Ma, that's no longer operative law. Finally, there is a community monitor committee on which I serve.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I'm sorry. Everyone gets the same amount of time. Sorry. Next speaker, please.
Tom Gilberti. Diesel is pretty bad. We're looking for an elementary school. Supervisor Kim's looking for an elementary school, and I think she was a little shuddered when she found out that, downwind of 101 and 280 with diesel is not going to be good for healthy kids. Adding all those extra thousands of miles of diesel, extra noise, I think we can back out of that. That's got to have an effect all the way across the board. The more information we get, the better off we are. We make more intelligent decisions. Healthy communities, healthy neighborhoods, they stretch as far as where we're dumping. And when we have a fire, how far our smoke goes. We need to be a little bit more integrated. And we're looking for a healthy equilibrium. And let's go in favor of the progress and diversity for our community. Again, I think we need to rethink. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam President, members of the board, my name is Russell Long. I represent Friends of the Earth US and Sustainable San Francisco. We agree that doing an EIR makes a lot of sense. And the reason is there's not enough science supporting the final decision that's being made here. Science would help us get to the bottom of the pollution-related issues, and it may not turn out exactly the way people anticipate. For example, Altamont is at a much higher elevation. Trucks may use more gasoline and spew greater emissions overall despite the lower mileage going up there. So there's issues like that we're concerned about. We're also concerned that the two stakeholders in this debate have done everything they can to get involved in the political process and influence it, and we're concerned that we do not have objective scientific information from which to make smart, intelligent decisions for the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Well, good afternoon. Peter Cherneff, also known as Cactus Pete, often bitter, sometimes sweet, and up my sleeve I got more than one trick, and the bad guys I write about call me a prick. And this is a serious issue, but I see so many people here, and I think they're probably as frustrated as I've been because it seems like the political process doesn't work for us. And I got to share that the reason that we have not been able to, as a labor group and a people group and a veterans group, to do what King and Gandhi and Cesar Chavez did, which is simply to shut you all down until you're working with common sense, is because there's been over 100 patented mind control programs imposed upon us for over 40 years, which allows us to think we have freedom of speech and free will, as long as we never do what King and Gandhi and Chavez did. It's almost impossible to even have that conversation. So I'm here to invite everybody to a big, beautiful party. I'll let you know that I just came back from a trip from Bakersfield, Redondo Beach, Long Beach, Santa Barbara, Venice, Pismo, and all of Los Angeles. I've handed out about 2,000 of these flyers I have in my hand, which starts off with the fact that I did a rope-a-dope with the Pope, and that says, I don't approve of your punk monk, so I went ahead and I canonized, and I think a lot of people will agree, a brother that's deserving, Muhammad Ali. And I also included on this flyer the prophecy of the 40-day general strike that shuts down the entire West Coast until these D.C. politicians are toast, and we walk into the promised land as seen by King and spoken of thousands of years ago by a master sage people in this country called Jesus. And so the power is to know that we're going to get off the fence, stop paying our mortgages and rents starting today. And we all heard about Carlos Santana and his album Abraxas. We're going to look each other in the eye and say we're going to withhold all our property taxes. We need them here, and we're smart enough to excommunicate the lawyers and the politicians until things are working in the proper manner.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Your time is up. So at this time, we will have up to 10 minutes from representatives from... Oh, sorry, sir.
Yeah, Steve Zeltzer, United Public Workers for Action. I'm supporting this appeal. I think that there needs to be an environmental study. And the question is, why? Why hasn't there been an environmental study? Well, I think it's because of the role of Recology. Recology supports a lot of the politicians on this board in this city, and they don't want an environmental study. They don't want to know what the effect of more trucks in the streets and the highways means to working people, and particularly people of color who live in poor communities. And I also am supporting this appeal because Recology has another record which needs to be brought up. There have been a series of racist hanging noose incidents, or hanging noose incidents, and other racist incidents at Recology. Recology has covered them up and refused to take action against racism at this company. They refuse to report to the city and county of San Francisco these racist incidents, including the hanging noose incidents, although they're required to under their contract. So we have to ask, who is this company, Recology, that gets away with ignoring their contract with the city and county of San Francisco, allows the committal of racist acts, and retaliates against a worker there, African-American worker, who complains about a hanging noose? Who is this company? And why are this Board of Supervisors saying that they're not required even to have an environmental study on the effect of this contract? Do they run the board? Are you being run by Recology? That's what the people of San Francisco have to ask. Who do you represent? The people of San Francisco or the working people in San Francisco and others who are being affected by Recology? Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, I'll remind the members in the audience that you're able to use silent fingers, but no vocal expression.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next speaker, please.
How you doing? My name is Daryl Washington, and I am actually a Recology worker. I am the person who sent you all as the supervisors an email explaining of the issue that has been happening at Recology and the retaliation that has happened as a result of me basically reporting the noose incident. I sent it out to the mayor, sent it out to you all. I have heard back from a couple from last year, Malia Cohen being one, and another who I don't see here, and I don't remember the name anyway, but that person came or sent an email back stating that they had a lawyer's number, which I don't know what that was even given, but whatever. The company really is full of BS as far as I'm concerned, and I feel like basically they need to do some sort of an environmentalist study on what they have going on. I also want to put out there that I would hope that I don't have to take it a little further and that you all will look into what happened up there, the racial issues with the hanging noose. And there's another employee that just came out just recently who's a driver who is speaking out against a supervisor up at the company who is racist. So I don't know what the franchise agreement is. I would assume that they need to report issues of race or issues of hanging nooses to you all, to the city, or whomever else. But I would like something to be done. I know that we all are talking about garbage transporting down the highways, but I don't think that you all would like for black people here in San Francisco to shut Recology down and have the trucks backed up on your freeways and not being picked up that day or a couple days or how many ever days. The people may decide that they want to do something. So I would hope that you all would do something. If not, that's on you all. It'll be in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak in support of the appeal? Sir, you're out of order. Sir, you're out of order. Next speaker, please.
If I would say, I have been locked up behind bar inside county jail 101 for 21 long years. Then can defend from inmates. They are like dogs and pigs inside.
Sir, this is about the appeal? Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please. Ma'am, would you like to comment in support of the appeal? Okay. 1 second. Madam Clerk.
I believe we have interpretation in the chamber.
Okay. We're waiting.
Just a moment, please.
We apologize. We actually have an interpreter, so we have to wait until they're able to provide interpretation. They left? Okay. They left.
Huh?
So we're going to need to take a recess until we can find an interpreter.
Maybe call down to... Oh, okay, great. We'll come back.
Maybe I speak in simple English.
Okay, so I'd like to,
good?
before we get started, I need to bring the meeting back from recess.
Yeah.
Okay, so as a result of, so excuse me, ma'am, are you going to interpret for her?
Because she told me she...
Can you speak into the microphone?
Oh, yeah. Go on the judge.
Okay. I complain about the recovery. I live in Little Hollywood for 25 years. Before that, the air, everything very good right now. When I open the door, the flies come in, and then the mouse come in my house, and then sometimes I smell bad, and then sometimes I smell something burning. It made me feel, just like I living beside a garbage can. And I just sometimes find a mouse in my house, and they just sit in front of the lawn. I just, it's getting worse and worse. I can't stand it, but it's really bad. I wish that we can move away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public? Yes.
I am the next. Good afternoon. How are you? My name is Eva Leung. I live in Little Holland for over 25 years. I was moved here was in 1990. Little Hollywood is really beautiful, really good air. Only have a listen for the children going vacation. But right now was 10 years ago. Every day, extra for change. Right now, we only have a few, many. I like the watch, and I like the match. The match is the mouse is high for the match, and I like the daddy. My window is very messy. My stairs is really dirty, and the stair and the too much seaboard, poo. Also, is the recycle garbage 24 hours, even to midnight every day, every 15 minutes, like a thunder. One more time, I sleep. I can sleep. It's not really fair. I am really upset because I'm working. Always wake up to feed, still 24 hours working. I like the garbage. I like the fire. It's really bad for me. How can I do? Nobody care for me. Just in case the garbage recycle make money, they never care for the Little Hollywood anybody. For the community, for sake too much chemical, too much pollution, and too much traffic, and also too much noise, bad smell. Is the other day very hot temperature. We not can go out. Everybody going outside. It make me really sick. We pay tax. How can every garbage move in my community, my reality? Is not done the garbage.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Are there any other Okay, Mr. Yip, stick to the subject matter if you're going to speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisor. In terms of the waste management, ecology, to recycle about the waste element onto something useful. I don't know how to make an atomic bomb, nuclear bomb. I don't know how to make a billion money for stock market. And I cannot support somebody just for my personal flavor, like Perskin, to be the next supervisor. And I cannot also...
Mr. Yip, you can't speak about any public
okay, back to the track.
Campaign-related matters.
To back to the right track, not just on the sidewalk, So please understand, see, I don't know how to make some waste garbage talk for 5 minutes, 10 minutes without looking at the paper. but I didn't know how to be a person. I know, because I would say to people, a man must learn how to be a man. A girl must learn how to be a girl. No more waste for the person, inside out, and the environmental surrounding parameter factors.
Thank you, Mr. Yip. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak in support of the appeal? Seeing none, public comment is closed. And we will have up to 10 minutes from representatives from the Planning Department to present its analysis of certifying the negative declaration.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Sarah Jones, Environmental Review Officer. I want to, right from the start, clear up a major misimpression that's been delivered by the appellant and by the speakers supporting the appellant, which is that no environmental review was done. We did conduct an environmental review. As you know from previous projects, we did extensive analysis in order to reach the conclusion that we did, which is that the project as proposed would not have significant unavoidable environmental impacts, and therefore we issued a negative declaration. Had we found significant impacts, we would have prepared an environmental impact report. I have here with me today Paul Maltzer of the Environmental Planning Division. He is a former environmental review officer. He has led the environmental review on this project, and he is going to walk through our analysis for you.
Thank you, Sarah. President Breed, members of the board, Paul Maltzer with the Planning Department staff. You should have already received from us written responses to the appeal that was filed by the appellants. I'm not going to rehash all of those arguments, but I do want to highlight some main points in the time that I have today. The first point is that in spite of what you've heard today, this project is really not that complicated, frankly. What's proposed is a change in truck routes. The city's trash is presently hauled to Altamont landfill in Alameda County. Under the proposed agreement, that trash would be hauled to Hayroad landfill in Solano County. The difference in the length of that round trip is 40 miles, and the trash is hauled by an average of 50 trucks per day. Some days more, some days less, but the average is 50 trucks per day. That's the project. No changes in San Francisco. That's the extent of the project, and that's what we analyzed. As indicated by Sarah, we did do extensive environmental review. We have a negative declaration of over 100 pages of CEQA analysis on all initial study checklist topics. That's not even counting the technical background studies that have been done. The two principal impacts of concern, even though we looked at all of the impacts, when the issue is haul trucks, the principal impacts of concern are, not surprisingly, transportation and air quality. That's what received the majority of our analysis. In CEQA analysis, luckily, these are really straightforward issues. They are quantifiable. There are equations for doing this analysis. There are quantifiable standards for what is a significant impact. So for us, it's pretty straightforward. You do the math, you do the arithmetic, you compare it with the thresholds to determine whether or not you have a significant impact. Transportation impacts were virtually unnoticeable. An average of 50 trucks per day on a 24-hour day is about one truck every 25 minutes on the road. On the highways, if you can imagine, the highways between here and Solano County carry about 115,000 vehicles per day. One truck every 25 minutes is lost within the daily variation. It's virtually unnoticeable. Similarly, in Solano County, between the freeway and the landfill, the roads there are open. They operate at levels of service A and B before the project. They operate at levels of service A and B with the project. Air quality was studied extensively by several layers of expertise. We have in-house experts. We had 2 independent experts doing study of air quality impacts. We followed all guidance and methodologies recommended by the air districts. We looked at all criteria pollutants, all health risk issues. We looked at every topic under air quality that's required to be looked at under CEQA, and every single impact came in at less than significant. So in going through the entire checklist, all of the impacts came in at less than significant. We published a rather extensive environmental review document, but when all of the impacts are less than significant, the appropriate document is a negative declaration. You've heard the appellants talk about our use of 50 truck trips per day on average. You're going to hear more about this from the Department of Environment, and we wrote about this in our responses extensively. But again, very briefly, 50 trucks on average is what Recology currently operates. There are several future programs in the works by our Department of Environment and Recology where we actually expect that number to go down in spite of an increasing population. Department of Environment and Recology have a track record over the last 15 years of reducing solid waste in spite of increased population. They have programs in play where we expect the 50 truck trips to actually go down into the mid-40s. The agreement itself caps the number of trips at 50 per day. We believe that that's a very conservative number. Even though we think the number will likely go down, we did not assume that for purposes of conservative analysis. Appellants want us to do an EIR. That would not change any of our analysis. We've done full analysis. The arithmetic doesn't change whether you do an exemption or a neg deck or an EIR. Our conclusions are not going to change. The one thing that an EIR would do that the neg deck doesn't is look at an alternative. Neg decks are not required to look at alternatives. EIRs do. Appellants want us to look at the alternative of hauling to Altamont versus hauling to Hay Road. Well, luckily for us, the neg deck does that too. Hauling to Altamont is our baseline condition. That's the existing situation. And when we talk about the impacts of the project, the increase in air quality, the difference in truck trips, that's all in relation to the baseline of what occurs at Altamont. So the neg deck provides the information of that comparison as well. You've heard, and you may hear again, that we have disagreement between experts. And the CEQA guidelines actually talk very directly about that. It says that in marginal cases where it's not clear, if you have substantial evidence on both sides and experts are disagreeing, and the case is marginal, we're not sure what to do, you break the tie in favor of an EIR. That's not the case here. As we've explained in our written responses, the evidence from the appellant, including their expert evidence, has consistently been flawed. Where they've predicted significant impacts, they've made errors either in their assumptions, their methodology, their calculations. Conversely, where we've had experts working on our behalf, again, we have in-house expertise, 2 independent experts. We have followed all the guidance documents from the regulatory agencies, and they have shown us that the impacts on the project are less than significant. So we don't believe this is a marginal case. We don't have evidence that we believe in on one side. The evidence clearly supports the negative declaration. We've had some very recent submittals from the appellant, which came in after our written response to you, with some new assertions. They claim that some trucks presently take the San Mateo Bridge, not the Bay Bridge. They again challenge some of our technical air quality assumptions. They talk about, although there are 50 truck trips per day, there are occasional peaks that need to be analyzed, and that impacts from Hay Road will fill up, or hauling to Hay Road will fill up the landfill and more quickly, and we need to look at that. We've scrutinized all of those comments as well, and none of those arguments credibly challenge the neg deck. With regard to filling up the landfill, Solano County itself did a neg deck in 2012, which looked at the impacts from this level of activity and concluded that the landfill would operate out to the 2040s. Our neg deck looked at filling up the landfill as well. We have looked at not just average daily truck trips, but the peak truck trips. We've asked our air quality experts, our traffic expert, and our noise expert in particular to do analysis of those. No change in the impacts. Some trucks do take the San Mateo Bridge instead of the Bay Bridge. On occasion, it's the exception rather than the rule. But when you do the analysis of that, at least for regional air quality analysis, that's actually part of our baseline. It would represent a slight increase in the baseline impacts. And when baseline impacts are netted out from project impacts, what that ultimately means is that our neg deck overstated impacts and still came out less than significant. So in conclusion, I would just say that, again, the board's decision is only with respect to the negative declaration. Our recommendation is that the board uphold the negative declaration. Planning Department, Department of Environment, staff are here to answer questions, as is staff, I believe, from Ecology and our air quality consultants as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see that Supervisor Marr has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Maltzer. I wanted to say that I mentioned during our Budget Committee hearing where we did not discuss the environmental impacts. It was more of the contract. But let me just say that I said at that hearing that this is a battle with two elephants in the room. It's waste management, huge Houston, Texas-based company, many complaints from many neighborhoods and communities over many different areas that they have landfills. And the other elephant in the room is, as others have said, Recology, the largest employee-owned company in the industry, and in many ways, some concerns from neighbors around the southeast parts of the city where the Recology's plants are. But I did want to say that you started giving us analysis on transportation and air quality, and I know that John Avalos and I and Roger Kim from the Mayor's Office sit on the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. You said transportation is a threshold that's insignificant. The 50 trucks per day added onto the roads and the roughly 40 miles round trip per truck, that's more than what we do to Altamont. And you said that that is insignificant. I think the Sierra Club and others have said that those additional miles, 2,000 truck miles per day and 50 trucks added to an already congested roadways is significant. And I'm just wondering if you could just, you very quickly said it's insignificant, but you didn't really explain why 2,000 more truck miles on the road is insignificant.
Thank you, Supervisor. Again, Paul Maltzer. In terms of traffic impacts, we had an expert traffic consultant look at that. They look at the number of additional trips on the relative roads, either on the freeway or on the surface streets between the freeway and Solano County. They add those trips to the existing condition. They look at existing levels of service. They then look at future levels of service. And in both instances, the levels of service are barely noticeable in terms of how they change. The incremental addition of the 50 truck trips per day on average to the 115,000 on the freeways is a statistical almost irrelevant in terms of air quality impacts. And in Solano County, all of the intersections between the freeway and the landfill were analyzed. Existing levels of service, excellent or very good, A or B, at present and in the future, no difference. So that was the traffic impacts.
Can I just add that? So I think the Sierra Club and others are also saying that the roadways also go through Richmond, California, which is arguably one of the most polluted areas with low-income communities of color, and that just looking at numbers might not be enough if we look at cumulative impacts of the most polluted low-income neighborhoods. But I'm just wondering if that was part of the analysis.
That was part of the air quality analysis. That falls under the emissions, the criteria pollutants, and the health risk and acute hazard impacts from the tailpipe emissions. Those all came in at well under the thresholds that are considered significant under CEQA. If you'd like, I can read you some of those numbers of how this project stacks up against the thresholds. But again,
I think you've helped me understand that there was a significant analysis done. The other question that's in the back of my mind, because John Avalos and I and Melanie Nutter, the former head of the Department of the Environment, all went up to Wheatland in Yuba County. I also went to Altamont in Livermore years and years ago. So I've seen a number of the landfills, but I have not seen Hay Road, and we'll try to make sure that I'm going to be able to get over there near Vacaville. But the original approval by the board was, and I know David Osman from the Department of the Environment and Mayor Ed Lee were on the panel that selected the green rail project that would have gone up to Wheatland by rail, significantly reducing the truck miles. But now we have this backup proposal that, compared to the green rail proposal, is much less environmentally strong. So I'm just wondering if you could compare the original green rail project for this current Hay Road project.
Well, I think I may ask the Department of Environment to answer most of this. Our responsibility under this proposed agreement was to analyze the impacts specifically to the proposal to haul to Hay Road. There is an ongoing environmental impact report that's being done by Yuba County on the green rail proposal, but that is still underway. We don't have that information and in terms of the impact results, and it wasn't our responsibility under this agreement to analyze that. But in terms of how, why this proposal versus green rail, if that's what you're asking, that would be a question for the Department of Environment.
Because Debbie Raphael is not here, maybe Mr. Rodriguez can answer that one.
Supervisor Marr, before we move on, we have interpretation for Chinese. So if anyone, would you like to come and announce it in Chinese, please, so that members of the public, not you, Mr. Yip. I know, but not you.
大家好，本次會議將會提供中文口譯服務，如有需要服務嘅話呢，請前往244室領取翻譯機，多謝。
Thank you. Okay, Supervisor Marr.
Yeah, I think Guillermo Rodriguez was going to respond, I think.
Supervisor Guillermo Rodriguez with the Department of the Environment. In response to your question, as you may recall, the original proposal or the original plan was to send San Francisco's trash to Yuba via rail. The intent of that effort was that the facility would have to build a rail spur to take that material over to the landfill. It was also going through a permitting process, as well as Yuba was going through an EIR. The item associated with that is that the timing for all of that to come into place didn't match up with San Francisco's need to find a new landfill. Our current contract sending material to Altamont, as you recall, was for either 65 years or 15 million tons, whichever came first. And our analysis has indicated that that end of that contract is the beginning of January of 2016. So we moved forward in pursuing the backup proposal, which is the Hay Road facility, and that is the environmental analysis that the planning department did and is before you now.
Since you're here also, I think the appellants claim that our zero waste goals are not, or we're increasing our garbage output with the increasing population. But I know we're promoting our zero waste goals, and the Department of the Environment is leading that. But could you just respond to the claim that San Francisco has more garbage and it'll be going to Vacaville and Hay Road?
Certainly, Supervisor, again, Guillermo Rodriguez with the Department of the Environment. We're the project sponsor. There's been a lot of comments and claims that San Francisco would need to send possibly more than 50 truck trips to send our material to the landfill in Hay Road, primarily being driven by the fact that San Francisco's economy is growing, our population is booming, that, of course, we're going to have to send more material. But I think what's important is to think about where we've come. And you think about all the success that San Francisco has had. We've had a decade-plus years of being able to reduce the total number of material that we're sending to the landfill. And we did this despite the fact that we were still growing, our economy was still booming, we were able to reduce that overall number. And we feel that under this contract, moving forward, that both education and outreach will continue to move forward, As this board knows,
So Guillermo, my question is, and I know when Jared Blumenfeld, former head of the Department of the Environment, and we launched zero waste goals, are we increasing the amount of garbage that we have? You said that we're making tremendous progress, yes, but are we increasing the amount of waste in the city?
So as you know, Supervisor, again, Guillermo Rodriguez, we have our diversion rate is about 80%.
So are we increasing the amount of garbage each year in the city or not?
I'm going to help with my colleague, Jack Macy.
So our goals are zero waste by 2020, but my question is, are we increasing our garbage?
So, Supervisor, in your packet, you have a memo that our department submitted to the planning department, and in there we look at, the last decade plus of materials that we're sending to landfill. And in that packet, we have, you'll see that we've decreased the amount of material that we're sending to landfill. In the last few years, it's plateaued. The department believes that the material that San Franciscans are putting into the black bin, that 50% of that is still either recyclable or compostable. We believe that with continued efforts in education and outreach and increased technology at Recology, that we'll really be able to pull that material out and reduce the total number of trips to the Hay Road facility.
Yeah, I appreciate the answer, but getting more of the information offline would be really helpful for me. But thank you.
Certainly, we'll provide that.
Thank you. Supervisor Zamar, you have any other questions? Okay, Supervisor Weiner.
Thank you, President Breed. Just a question. I think I heard Supervisor Marr refer to the route to Solano County going through some communities of concern or low-income communities. And as I understand it, the route to Altamont also goes through communities of concern in the city of Oakland. And so that doesn't strike me as an argument one way or the other. Either route goes through communities of concern, and so one is not preferable to the other in terms of that factor. That's a broader issue that we need to be addressing about why it is that sometimes low-income communities bear the brunt of environmental challenges. I just want clarifying a couple things. First, in this appeal, I know this is couched as a CEQA appeal, but I can't help sort of seeing sort of veiled arguments about they just don't like the project. And my understanding is Solano County issued a permit for this project, correct?
Solano County has issued a permit for the landfill at full capacity. This project is, the garbage or trash should be disposed at that landfill, but no permits are required from Solano County. They're permitted to accept all of this waste without any further permits.
Right. But my point is Solano County issued a permit to have this landfill in Solano County. They did not have to do that.
That's correct. That permit has already been issued, yes.
And so this seems to me, in a way, even though I know the appeal here is being cast as a CEQA appeal for the fact that we're going to be hauling waste to Solano County instead of to the Altamont landfill, but this really, in some ways, it strikes me as a dispute between some residents of Solano County and their own county government that they don't want a landfill. I can't blame them. I mean, I don't think, no one likes having a landfill in their community, so I'm not being in any way critical, but just sort of clarifying that this presumably went through a whole process. I'm going to guess that there was a fight within Solano County about the siting of this landfill, but thank you for that clarification. I also, in terms of the exchange that just happened between Supervisor Marr and Mr. Rodriguez, San Francisco, whether or not we plateaued, and we're so far ahead of probably just about any other community in the world in terms of our diversion rate. And so I just, some of the things that we've heard from the appellants that make it seem like we're somehow just sort of filling up landfills. I mean, there's no city in the world more committed to diversion of waste than San Francisco, and so I just think it's important to clarify that. I understand people need to fight for their position, but I just don't agree with that implication.
Thank you, Supervisor Weiner. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to frame a little bit of the conversation. You've heard several different conflicts brought to us today. First of all, for clarification, Supervisor Marr, when you listen to the neighbors talk about the smell and bugs or flies or anything like that, that is more related to the upcoming modernization to the recology plant that's in the Bayview community, which ironically will address mice, stench, seagulls and all that kind of stuff. That matter is going to be before us shortly. I don't want to conflate the two. The other issue that Supervisor Weiner raised, I was going to raise as well, as directed towards staff. It's about Solano County. I mean, there's a lot of discussion around Solano County and their concerns. I think Supervisor Weiner raised it when he said that there was a permit that was given, and there was a vote. There was discussion, robust discussion about Solano County as to whether or not they would allow for this land, allow for our waste to be trucked into their county. That is correct.
Supervisor Cohen, I can't speak to what kind of debate there was at that time. I do know that they are fully permitted to accept waste from any county, including San Francisco.
Thank you. I would imagine no county just hands out permits. I'm sure there's some kind of a legislative process involved with that. And the other item to Supervisor Weiner is a little bit to his point about communities of concern. I mean, the reality is that land is cheap, right, on the industrial side. I mean, we have the same challenges here in San Francisco, why we have the wastewater treatment plant, why we have the dump, why we have 2 freeways all running through District 10. It's because of largely that was cheap industrial land that was available. So it's really hard pressed to get around the argument that that communities of concern are being targeted. With that said, I do think we have a responsibility to ensure that we are not putting people in harm's way. And that when you opened with your remarks, Ms. Sarah Jones, I appreciated you clarifying the amount of due diligence that has been conducted on this for this particular project by this county and in terms of the environmental impact. That's absolutely critical. And as far as I'm concerned, it's also a social justice issue. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other names on the roster, I will now open it up to public comment. For those who would like to speak in support of the issuance of the negative declaration, you will have up to 2 minutes. Please come forward. Mr. Yip, you've already spoke against, so you can't speak for. Thank you. Next, any members of the public, please come forward quickly.
Good afternoon, David Pilpel. Were we not going to hear from Department of the Environment as the project sponsor?
Okay. Can you hold on just a second?
Sure. Sorry.
Thank you. I apologize. Before I open it up to public comment, I will need to call on the Department of the Environment to speak, the project sponsor to speak about the project. Thank you. We'll open it up to public comment shortly.
Thank you. Supervisors, good afternoon. Guillermo Rodriguez, Department of the Environment. Our department is the project sponsor. We've addressed a lot of the comments and concerns in the question and answer session, so I'll skip some of my prepared comments and focus on a couple of things. The appellants, you've heard the appellants and the organizations opposed to having San Francisco send our trash to the Hay Road facility. I would group these arguments in 2 buckets. The first is the call for a full-blown EIR. You heard from Paul Meltzer at the planning department that if the department would have gone and done that full analysis, you wouldn't have any new information or any new science than you already do. And wanted to just underscore that there is no information that you would gain under that EIR. The second set of general arguments rest around the notion that San Francisco's economic and population growth will require more than 50 truck trips to transport San Francisco's trash to the landfill. You have a memo from our department to planning that addresses how we will keep to the 50 truck trips or less, let me just highlight a few reasons why the department believes this argument has no merit. First, the department and Recology are implementing, more tools designed to reduce landfill disposal, including increased compliance with mandatory separation, especially the fact that more than half of the current black bin trash stream can be put into the green composting or blue recycling bins. The department and Recology continue to implement new collection programs to divert material from the landfill. For example, San Francisco currently sends approximately 19,000 tons of textiles to the landfill annually. The department 2 years ago joined in partnership with our nonprofit partners like the Salvation Army and Goodwill, and we partnered with our downtown retail, large stores like H&M and American Eagle to collect unwanted textiles. Recology expanded its program called Recycle My Junk, and it allows customers to be able to have textile pickup as many times as they need. And in the first 6 months of the program, they've had 1,500 appointments for textile collection. The other thing I want to spend a little time on is, in addition to education and outreach, Recology recently received a state grant to install a trash processing technology to recover organics and recyclables from the trash stream. This technology includes pressing organics from the trash that's been demonstrated elsewhere to recover at least 30% of the material it presses. With this technology, Recology will recover an additional 60 to 80 tons per day of organics alone from trash stream, which will eliminate 2 to 3 trips to the landfill per day. Also, Recology has identified a new processing technology, including optical sorters for use at its recycling facility, which have been proven to recover at least an additional 20 to 30 tons per day, which will also eliminate an additional 1 to 2 trips to the landfill. Again, I wanted to just focus on the fact that it's uncontested that San Francisco has experienced a decade-plus long trend of decreasing disposal while the city's population and economy grew. Recognizing the concern that disposal may go up, the department and Recology agreed to include an annual average limit of 50 round-trip truck trips per day based on a 6-day work week. And just to put that in perspective, supervisors, last week, from Monday, September 21 to Saturday, September 26, Recology used 285 truck trips to Altima, which averages to 47.5 per day on a 6-day work week. If you look at the week prior, September 14 to September 19, Recology used 250 trips, or an average of 41.7 a day. If you take the average of the two, it comes out to 44.6 trips per day. What I wanted to emphasize in this example, you would need to generate an additional 12% in the amount of trash that's being landfilled to get to the 50 truck limit set forth in the contract. Finally, I just want to address another concern that's been raised. Some have argued that Recology will have the financial incentives to send more material to the landfill. This argument ignores the fact that Recology has very strong financial incentives through the rate structure to strive every year to decrease disposal and meet targets set by the city. Those incentives, which add up to more than $5 million a year, have been key to Recology's ability to invest in technology that enables increased diversion from the landfill. Disposal would have to increase by well over 50% for that diversion incentive to be more. And lastly, supervisors, the department is not downplaying the fact that this project will generate emissions from the additional 40 miles. We believe the best way to address the emissions issue is to cap the truck trips, and we've done that in the contract. In addition, we will continue to work with Recology and push them so that we can reduce the total number of trips. I indicated a couple of examples between education and outreach and additional technology to do that. Plus, we will continue to push for the cleanest vehicles and fuel available for Recology. As you know, San Francisco prides itself on our success in reducing emissions. Again, just earlier this year, we reported that our 2012 greenhouse gas emissions were at unprecedented 23% below 1990 levels, and we're on track to further reduce our emissions 40% by 2025. San Francisco is not resting on our laurels. We continue to look at these issues, and we believe that the best way to address the environmental impacts of this project is to reduce the amount of material that we send to the landfill. It really is about getting to zero waste. The city is committed to that effort. We believe that we have a roadmap to get us there, and working in partnership with Recology. And again, I thank the Board of Supervisors. My colleague Jack Macy is here. The Recology is also here with its experts in management, the environmental services and operation, should there be any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Marr.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that having followed this from 2010, 2011, from the Ostrom Road, Wheatland project that was really promoted as a green project because of the rail. I'm just looking at my PowerPoints from 2011 where it was sold to us as a board, especially by reducing 10 million truck miles off local highways annually. And that's why it was superior to one of the big elephants in the room. That's why Recology was superior to Waste Management, the Texas-based company. Also, it was sold to us reducing greenhouse gas emissions and part of really our effort to have an even greener landfill contract. But I guess what I'm not hearing is how this backup plan is so less green than the previous one. It's probably way better than the waste management one from what I can understand, and the ratepayer issues seem to be the highest priority given the panel that our former city administrator, now Mayor Ed Lee, was on with David Osman from your department and others. And it looks to me like the proposed rates were the key driving point for why Recology got a lot more points than waste management did in the first place. But I guess I just want to know, just straight up, how does this compare to the Green Rail Ostrom Road? How does Hay Road compare to Ostrom Road, which was the original thing that we as 11 members of the board approved?
Supervisor Guillermo Rodriguez, Department of the Environment. In response to your question, the selection panel looked at multiple factors in deciding to move forward with the Recology bid. In the packet of materials that you're making reference to, there are the panel scores that are public and part of the public record. And with respect to, you are correct, I wasn't here at the time when that item came to the board, but there was environmental benefits to sending our material via rail versus trucks, as you've indicated. But the panel scores came out, and when they looked at between the two competing bids, Waste Management and Recology, that they both scored on the environmental aspects equally. So from that perspective, it was just one of the criteria that was looked at.
Yeah, from the RFP panel scores that I have right in front of me, it was fairly equal down the line, except for proposed rates, where Recology got quite a bit more points than Waste Management did. So that's what I see in front of me from my slides. And I'm not going to second guess the panel, but it just seems like the environmental issues are promoted as way up there. But when it came down to it, it seems like it's proposed rates that pushed the Recology plan above the other one. That's what I see from my own file and my notes.
Okay, seeing no other names of the roster, I apologize to members of the public, but I will now open it up to public comment. For those individuals who'd like to speak in support of the issuance of the negative declaration, please come forward. You will have 2 minutes each.
Hi again, David Pilpel, speaking as an individual. This is a complicated issue. I have friends on both sides here. I have challenged Recology and Department of the Environment many times on this proposal and other issues. I brought before this board several years ago a challenge to an exemption issued by the planning department, so I'm familiar with a lot of the issues here. You've talked about some good issues, and I'm sure we'll hear about more of them. I think a number of these issues really should be discussed by the city, not just in the rate process or as part of a CEQA appeal, but before a Zero Waste Council. And I think through the add back in the budget from Supervisor Christensen and some of the other efforts of the Department of the Environment, we'll have an opportunity to explore some of these things in a less contested, perhaps, environment. What's really before you is the environmental determination, and I looked carefully at the analysis that planning did and spoke at the Planning Commission. And by the way, this was already appealed to the Planning Commission, which upheld the Planning Department's determination on a 7-0 vote, unanimous vote at the Planning Commission. I support the negative declaration. I think that the analysis that they did is fair and reasonable. The way it's currently constructed, as you know, is a 9-year agreement capped at the 50 truck trips. It's a conservative analysis, and it doesn't reach any of the thresholds of significance. And that's really the question under CEQA as to whether or not you uphold the neg dec or require further environmental review, which I think would just yield the same numbers. There's no difference in the analysis, and you've already heard that. So thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Schussman. I'm an attorney at Perkins Coie, and I represent Recology. I would just like to clarify a few points regarding the appeal of the neg dec. The appellant has submitted numerous reports quibbling with the technical analysis in the negative declaration. But the fact remains that if one accepts every single one of the appellant's proposed emission factors and its mileage assumptions, the impacts on air quality and greenhouse gas emissions remain less than significant. None of the appellant's technical arguments change the negative declaration's results. There are two ways that the appellant reaches a conclusion that project emissions are significant. Both are clearly erroneous and are not supported by evidence. First, the appellant presents the total emissions without subtracting out the baseline emissions. This is legally wrong under CEQA. CEQA looks at the change in the physical environment that will be caused by the project. To look at that change, one must look at the difference between what exists today and what would exist under the project. Second, the appellant calculates project emissions by assuming an annual average of more than 50 loads per day over a 6-day week. The disposal agreement does not allow that to occur. It is only by assuming this one faulty assumption that one can calculate significant air quality emissions. Appellant's clear preference for Waste Management's proposal does not constitute substantial evidence supporting a fair argument that the proposed project could have a significant effect on the environment. Neither the consultant reports nor any other information submitted in support of the appeal show that the negative declaration is deficient either factually or legally. The appeal should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, President Breed, members of the board. My name is Mark Arsenault. I'm the Vice President and Group Manager for Recology here in San Francisco. I just want to speak briefly to the issue of diversion. You know how passionate we are about diversion. You've heard numbers, really no numbers yet, but just the fact that our disposal to the landfills have gone down. The fact is that we are disposing more than 45% less material to the landfill today than we were in 2000. And yes, the city's growing. There's a lot of economic development and otherwise, but I am quite confident that our diversion efforts will exceed the growth of the city. It has plateaued, but there's a reason for that, our diversion. That's because we haven't had new infrastructure that is increasing our diversion rates. You heard briefly from staff, we have some very exciting technologies that are being introduced to our diversion efforts. We will be extracting garbage, actually organic material from the garbage stream for the first time. We'll have the first equipment in the country that is designed to extract the food waste from the garbage, and it'll be digested at East Bay Mud, and converted into energy. So we have a number of programs, a lot of new technology that's going in, and I'm very confident that the new machinery will take us to the next level in terms of diversion. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Charlie Goss. I'm here representing the San Francisco Apartment Association. The Apartment Association would appreciate you approving the negative declaration. We believe it is the right finding. We believe that the baseline that was used in finding the negative declaration was correct, and we do not believe that a further environmental impact report is needed. We've enjoyed a great working relationship with Recology thus far. We believe they're driving the garbage truck towards zero waste, and we would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug Block. I'm with Teamsters Joint Council 7, representing 100,000 Teamsters in Northern California and 12,000 in the city and county of San Francisco. Here today to speak in support. Garbage is dirty business, and I've got some scars on my body I can show you from the recent garbage wars in Oakland that involved both of these companies. But I can say, representing workers in Alameda County for waste management and for Republic Services and Waste Connections up in Solano County, that we think this is a good deal for San Francisco. Nobody has done more than this city to push the needle in this industry. And Pier 96, as has been mentioned, is the model that cities across the country look to for zero waste diversion. We're not at zero waste yet. Pier 96 has also been a place where we pioneered local hire for this city. And we're proud to say our job as the Teamsters in negotiating wages and benefits, that we've delivered good jobs to local people who have been hired to work for Recology. And these are some of the best wages and benefits in the country. This proposal is going to reduce landfill costs, and so we can put that back into our operations and our jobs instead of putting it into Measure A funds, which go to Alameda County instead of San Francisco County. So we support moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Larry Doherty, Teamsters Local 350, and I'm here in support of the negative declaration. I just want to echo what's been said here today, that no city in the country has pushed zero waste like the city of San Francisco. My predecessor, Bob Morales, was the director for the IBT International for the Solid Waste Division, and he went around the country promoting the programs that San Francisco has implemented. And part of those implementation of those programs has meant good jobs, well-paying, well-benefited jobs for families in the city and county of San Francisco. And we believe that this will be an extension of that. This will add additional jobs and save the city and county money. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
President Breed and Supervisors, my name is Tim Paulson. I'm the Executive Director of the San Francisco Labor Council. We represent 150 unions here in San Francisco, and I'm here on behalf of the Labor Council, to support this project moving forward. We are really proud here in San Francisco of the relationship that Recology has with not only the city and the county, but with the workers that we have, whether or not it's the Teamsters or the operating engineers or the machinists, all the people that are working with Recology and the Department of the Environment to make sure that this city is the greenest that is moving forward. We're really proud of that relationship. We believe that we are going to continue to improve this. And the fact that we have local hire, the fact that we have an employee-owned company, we really do set the precedent here in San Francisco for employee relations and in the environmental issues that we have. So on behalf of the Labor Council, we support this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Afternoon. My name is Joyce.
Please pull the microphone closer. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Joyce. I live in Little Hollywood. It's 30 years ago. Before the air is very fresh. Right now the smell is awful from Recology. Every day I came home, I cannot open the window and cannot open the door.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, the opportunity to speak in support of the appellant has passed. This is not that opportunity anymore, so I'm sorry.
通過咗啦。
你哋而家冇機會方面再講。
哦，即係佢通過咗啦。
唔可以再講啦，所以要下一。
哦 ，OK， 即係唔可以清場。OK，thank you。
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
The last speaker is talking about the same issue.
Okay. Unfortunately, that opportunity has already happened, and this is for those who want to speak in support of the negative declaration at this time only. Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak in support of the certification of the negative declaration? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you, President Breed. I know that I want to make sure we follow the rules around public comment, but I think in the case where there isn't translation provided, and so maybe members of the public were confused about when to speak, is there a way that we can make an exception for those that did not understand but were not able to speak at the right time?
I'm not certain that we can do that. I checked with the clerk when I saw them in line, so unfortunately we would have to open up that opportunity for everyone.
Okay, I do think that in the case where individuals do not understand when to speak, because we did not have translation provided, that was not the fault of the constituents that came to speak. So they did not understand that they couldn't speak, and now we're denying them the right to speak because of that. There has to be an exception for that.
Okay, well, I would need to take excuse me, I'm sorry to members of the public. This is a matter before the board, and so thank you for your input, but we need to take care of this amongst ourselves. At this time, I will take a 5-minute recess and consult with our legal counsel as to whether or not it's possible for us to do this.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
Okay, the Board of Supervisors is now in session from recess. Colleagues, can members of the public please settle down? We are back in session. Thank you very much. In light of the situation, specifically members of the public were told that there would be interpretation services that would be provided, and as a result, there are members of the public who needed an interpreter and waited for those services. I am going to entertain a motion from the floor to reopen public comment specifically for those individuals who needed interpretation services in order to comment in support of the appeal. So I would take a motion to do that.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Marr, seconded by Supervisor Kim. Colleagues, can we take this without objection? Without objection, the motion passes. And so for those members of the public who need interpretation, not you, Mr. Yip. I'm sorry, no, not you. For those members of the public who need, excuse me, can we settle down, please? For those members of the public who need interpretation services and would like to speak in support of the appeal, please come forward at this time. She's speaking to them through a headset, sir. Thank you. Okay, you will have up to 4 minutes with an interpreter.
Hello, I'm the person who can speak in Cantonese. I cannot speak in English.
我嘅名呢係叫支瑞堅。
My name is Jishan Him.
我係自小河里沃 Peninsula 448號。
I live in Hay Road, 414.
因為我買呢間屋呢係74萬8，非常非常貴。
I purchased a housing which value is at around $614,000.
因為我又每年納稅啊，納好多稅，比地稅又比起好多。近住嘅垃圾場第3間，空氣污染非常嚴重。
And I always need to pay a lot of property taxes, and especially recently, the area in my neighborhood has a very important air quality issue.
每日佢晚上2點半鐘咧，佢個垃圾車咧激聲咧係已經冇辦法瞓覺啦。
And it's around 2 a.m. every morning. The ecology car always come to our neighborhood, and it makes a lot of annoyance and sound, and it makes us it's very hard to sleep.
我而家本人咧已經患上咧嚴重嘅失眠症，冇辦法瞓，一響咧就話只有天光唔瞓得。
And why not? Why not? I got a disease that is something that I always lost my sleepless because of this issue.
污染又多，空氣污染，我要求嗰個垃圾場搬走。
And there's a lot of virus around where I lived, and I really want you guys can remove that ecology with landfill from my place.
呢個月咧9月17號咧，真係你冇辦法打開門，冇辦法聞啊！我覺得味道咁臭。
And especially on September 17th, it is really hard for us to open the door because it smells really bad.
所以咧，我要求咧政府支持我哋啲居民，等佢嗰個垃圾場又搬走，就係咁啦。
So I hope the government can support our neighbors, can support us to suggest that to remove the landfill from our neighborhood. Thank you.
Yeah, 多謝，拜拜。
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I
also lived in Hayward.
咁我住嗰度咧就天熱嗰陣咧就好臭嘅，啲空氣咧就污染得好犀利嘅。
And the place I lived, especially in the very hot air, and it really makes, especially in the very hot time, the smell, it seems like a little bit steamed, and it really smell a little bit bad.
咁我唔知道係咪因為啲空氣問題咧，令到我嘅mother-in-law 咧就而家係生咗 cancer 啦。
I don't know whether it's the quality of the air. It makes my mother-in-law to get a disease in cancer.
咁咧就同埋仲有好多啲動物啦，走晒嚟我哋屋企喺個司令度咧就生晒啲小動物。
And I don't know whether it's also the same issue of the air quality. It makes a lot of little animals or small animals come to my place, and it makes a little bit annoying for us.
咁我就係希望政府咧就要求呢個垃圾場搬嚟我哋啲居民嗰度，搬去遠啲嘅地方。
And I really hope that the government can let the landfill to remove from our place far away.
咁啊，希望令到我哋啲居民咧就空氣好啲，生活得開心啲。
And can let us, especially our neighbors, can live happily and can live better.
好，多謝。
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello， 大家好，我叫 Lisa。
Hello, my name is Lisa.
係我係住咗小河里會有10幾年啦。
I've lived in Hall Road for more than 10 years.
OK， 我想問下大家，有冇人關心下我哋嘅身體呢？
I have a question to ask everybody present here. Do you guys really concerned our health?
我哋都係納稅人，我哋都要交地稅㗎。
We are all the taxpayer. We all need to pay for the property tax.
如果你住響個垃圾場隔離，你有咩感想呢？
If you are the one who live near the landfill, what's your point of view toward this?
最好啦，就係搬離佢，對我哋嘅身體都有好處。
It's better to remove the landfill from our place. That is good for our health.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. This is only for members of the public who need interpretation services.
Yes, Madam President. My name is Rex Sabora. I represent Asia Pacific American Community Center in Visitation Valley, Little Hollywood, and the greater Bayview.
Yes, but this is only for those. We have an interpreter here, and so it's for the purpose of if individuals like to speak. We called for interpretation services.
Hello.
What interpreter?
大家好，我係亞太
Can you hold on for just a second, please?
聯誼會嘅副會長。
She wants to speak in support of it.
And this is for members of the public who were already here when the item came before us, and I'm not certain that these individuals were in the chamber at that time.
They were.
When we called for interpretation services, they weren't in line to speak during public comment.
Amongst all the other things you have to worry about, but you know, it's just
Madam President, they were here. In fact, the three that came before us were not here. They were here all along.
And what do they need in terms of interpretation?
They just want to support the neg deck and talk about how Recology has been transparent. You know, they're part of the.
Okay, what language do they speak?
Cantonese. Cantonese.
Okay.
我哋去有機會去參觀個垃圾公司。
Okay, I got a chance to visit the Recology company.
你講垃圾公司呢，啲垃圾咁多呢，對啲居民呢係肯定係有一定嘅影響㗎啦。
And what we found that is that after we visit the Recology company, we found a lot of the rubbish there, and it's true that it will affect our neighbors' health.
但係垃圾公司嘅規模咁大，咁我哋去參加過佢整個運作過程都睇過晒，咁大，佢肯定喺目前嚟講呢係冇可能，啲又要發錢啊，要發人工呢係冇可能去一下去搬遷嘅，佢係只能夠呢，我認為呢只能夠係逐點去改良。佢哋希望垃圾公司呢，你盡量諗多啲，想多啲辦法嘅，即係將垃圾公司嘅改造呢，改良得更好，使到呢周圍嘅居民呢，即係身體健康啊，都有幫助咯。
After we visit the Recology company, we found that the Recology company the scale of it is really big, and we also have to visit the whole process of how the Recology company it is. And in my point of view, I don't think that it's possible to remove the whole Recology landfill and as well as a company, but to improve it is possible, and I'm hope that the government can think about a solution to help us to resolve this problem, so that it can help to improve our neighbors' living and also can help us to improve our health. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Are there any other?
I think they just came here to support.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with that, seeing no other speakers, public comment is closed. And now we will go to the appellant with up to 3 minutes for rebuttal.
So Dwayne Crom again. I would really like to ask for more than 3 minutes. You gave the project proponent, your own staff, time to respond to our comments and then additional time to make their case. So we have a lot of material, and if you don't want to do 3 minutes, you don't have to, but we'd appreciate more. A couple of quick points. The mention was made of the two elephants in the room being waste management and recology. I represent the Solano County Orderly Growth Committee. We have fought long and hard to keep trash out of Solano County. I don't care if it's waste management, waste connections, or recology. The only elephant in the room is the waste industry, and that's one giant elephant. And Solano County has been trampled by that elephant. We had a countywide land use initiative that passed that limited the importation of trash. One of your former supervisors, when she was in the assembly, did masterful work in this changed state law to invalidate our citizen-passed initiative. So to imply that we are in some fashion a part of two companies going against each other, I resent. Second, by trade, I'm a CPA. CPAs learn very early you cannot audit yourself. You have a project proponent that's the city and county of San Francisco. You have the analysis work of the EIR done by the city and county of San Francisco. The lack of independence is stunning. You look at your own work, you decide, oh, we did a fine job. Anybody with half a brain realizes you cannot audit your own work, you cannot honestly review your own work. You'd never have a project of a commercial developer come in and say, oh, we'll do our own EIR. You would not accept that. You do your own EIR work for commercial developers. Why you do your own EIR work for your own project that you're in favor of baffles me. I'm going to turn it over to our attorney.
Hi, I'm going to speak really fast to a few points that were made. First of all, when you talk about environmental review, yes, an initial study was done. And when he says checklist, that's exactly what an initial study is. You actually do go down and just check boxes. And when those checks end up in the wrong boxes, maybe you'll look into something a little bit more. So to say that there was fair environmental review is a little bit misleading. This is complicated. This is not a non-complicated plan like they're saying. This is a bunch of trucks going way farther than they need to be with absolutely zero plan to what's going to happen when you can't put that waste at that landfill. What's going to happen when you increase the tonnage to a level that is beyond Hayward landfill. We're relying on several future programs to expect to go down in municipal waste. As much as I want that to happen for you guys, of course I want everyone to have better dispersal. But expected, that is not a term that you use in science. That is not good science. Education and outreach is great, but show me some numbers on how that actually affects the bottom line. And the bigger issue is your piecemealing. Nobody has looked into the fact that you're going to be using the environmental analysis about the transfer station that they're going to need, and that is part of this. I understand it's supposed to be under environmental review somewhere else, but that's...
Thank you. Your rebuttal time has ended. Thank you very much. This hearing has been held and is now closed. This matter is in the hands of the Board of Supervisors. Colleagues, are there any comments or questions? Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to all the members of the public on both sides who came out today. I think it was a helpful discussion, but in the end, I don't think there's a CEQA issue here. I think that this negative declaration was appropriately issued. I don't think that additional environmental review is warranted, and I think fundamentally this debate is really about the merits of the issue, not about CEQA. And so I will move that we reject this appeal. Specifically, I move that we move item 42 and table items 43 and 44.
Supervisor Wiener has made a motion to approve item 42 and table 43 and 44, seconded by Supervisor Campos. Seeing no other names on the roster, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos. Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Christensen. Christensen, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The mitigating negative declaration is finally certified unanimously. Madam Clerk, can we please move to our next 3 p.m. special order?
Items 45 through 48 comprise the special order at 3 p.m. for a public hearing of persons interested in the Public Works decision dated August 24, 2015, approving a tentative map for a lot and condominium subdivision at addresses within the Park Merced project and to make environmental findings of CEQA. Item 46 is the motion to approve the decision and approve the tentative map for these addresses. Item 47 is a motion to disapprove the decision and disapprove the tentative map. Item 48 is a motion directing the preparation of findings related to the board's disapproval of the tentative map.
Thank you. And to members of the public, we still have business to conduct, so can you please exit quietly? Thank you. Colleagues, before us today is an appeal of the tentative map for the Park Merced project. For this hearing, we will consider whether the tentative map for the Park Merced project is consistent with the general plan or any specific plan that applies. Without objection, we will proceed as follows. Up to 10 minutes for the appellant to describe the grounds for their appeal. Up to 2 minutes for public commenters to speak in support of the appeal. Up to 10 minutes for representatives of the Department of Public Works and Planning Department to describe the grounds for their decision to approve the tentative map. Up to 10 minutes for the real party interest to present. Up to 2 minutes for public commenters to speak in support of the real party interest. And finally, the appellant will have up to 3 minutes for a rebuttal. So without objection, this hearing is open, and that's how we will proceed. First up is the appellant. You have 10 minutes.
Good evening, Supervisors, President Breed. I'm Diane Carpio on behalf of PMAC, Park Merced Action Coalition. And sorry for the late submission of all of the issues. It's quite complex, and I did my best to reconcile as much as I could prior to this hearing. First, I'd like to start off with the agenda. It's got 3 motions there, and that should be corrected. It only addresses 4 of the 12 blocks and lots associated with the 3 tentative maps that have been conditionally approved by the Planning Department. So, if you wouldn't mind looking at the 3 motions that can be made at the end of the presentation, that'd be great. I'd like to request additional time. Again, there was 3 projects, almost 60 blocks and lots at issue, and lots of paperwork and applications. I'm guessing that's not going to be allowed. So, let's get started. Our appeal is based on 6 points: violation of due process, inconsistency between the maps and the notice provided, inadequacy of documentation for subdivision approvals, clarification of actions needed to mitigate the subdivision and community benefits, questions about project ownership, and tax liability as the 6th item. So, we'll go through this list, sorry. A few other concerns. Well, let's start with the original notice. On August 24th, 2015, residents at Park Merced received a notice identifying almost, can I have overhead, please? Almost 60 blocks and lots, hundreds of addresses, and 3 projects tied to the conditional approval. There's several inconsistencies with this notice. It says it is an approval of the subdivision maps. It says down here it's a tentative approval, and it's an approval on the tentative maps. Now, technicalities are boring and tedious, and I understand that, but it's garbage in, garbage out, and these items need to be addressed before we can even understand what we're appealing. So we have communication from project sponsors saying they're tentative maps. We have communication from Department of Public Works, Mr. Mabry, that they are tentative maps. We have communication from Frank Lee at the custodian for records at Public Works that says they never received a final checklist map. Yet when we picked up the CD from the office at City Hall on September 21st, one of the 56 PDF files there, well, 3 of them were actually applications for final checklist maps. So we're getting a lot of conflicting information and confusion from the city and from this bare minimum notice. Basically, when residents received this notice, they didn't know if they were impacted or not. Park Merced is an enigma in and of itself. It's 56 acres. It started out as 200. They're using the name Park Merced when technically state owns some, and when state was notified, they didn't let their tenants know, is the feedback we're getting. 800 Summit, it didn't look like the notice went to them, so I'm not sure that due process was in noticing happened accurately. So there are questions with due process, but we're not going to focus on that. We basically want to focus on the points that this notice in and of itself is erroneous and not clear and doesn't serve as a notice to people living in and around the area. This did not accompany any map. Each project has a map associated with it. did not accompany it. It looks like there's a typo here highlighted. And then there's a duplicate block listed. So if this block is supposed to be something else, which I believe it should be probably, I'm assuming here, I haven't heard anything different, but 7235 is not their property, but 7325 is. So that warrants clarification. Just a ton of stuff, a ton of information to review. We had 10 days, we were given 10 calendar days to appeal, where the city is allowed up to 10 business days to provide information on information requests. And going off simply this notice is unreasonable and inadequate, especially for 3 projects. So the tentative maps, when we did request tentative maps, they were sent on Monday, the links to the maps, and those we had to register into a website or to get it. These actually don't even give a clear understanding of what we're looking at. But we have development block 1, tentative final map with 4 blocks listed, block 6 tentative map with 1 block listed, and blocks 20, 21S, and 22 with 7 blocks listed. So this essentially is 3 development blocks in 1. 21S has not been thoroughly identified, and little concerns about that. So even so, we requested them, and we got those. So we asked we did appeal based on, there's 0 information provided. People didn't know. They were panicking. And we had a lot of questions. We received the DPW work order 183447, and that is the subdivision regulations. And we didn't see, these are labeled, as you can see, tentative final map. All 3 of these are labeled that, which lends a confusing element, a further confusing element to this whole process. In DPW's work order, the regulations that were signed into effect in March 24th this year to replace old regulations, we haven't reconciled what's been changed and whatnot, but there is no tentative final map per se. There's a tentative map, and there's processes related to that. There's a vesting map, there's processes related to that. There's a final map, final checklist map, and there's processes and milestones that must be met in relation to that. But there is no tentative final map. And this is a great concern. I only have a minute and a half left, and the thing I really want to emphasize is that there were, though the letters submitted and to this Board of Supervisors that no final checklist map has been submitted, it actually has been submitted. It was received by us in our records request on September 21st. And there's several questions relating to that as well. And so here we go. This really is not enough time to go through everything. I submitted a 11-page brief trying to get everything that I've caught thus far, but it's really no public hearing was provided prior to conditioning, the conditional approval. So the public had no input, no anything related to this. Guess my time's up. No? Oh, I have 30 seconds left. So you gotta not approve this. You must deny this conditional approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Yee, you had questions?
Yeah, thank you, President Bree. Colleagues, as you know, this project was that's in front of us today was approved way before I got here. into office. And I know and respect the residents of Park Merced in their long fight in opposing this development. I appreciate the thoughtful and well-researched brief they submitted to support their appeal. I also completely understand the feeling of worry and uncertainty that residents feel before the start of a very long construction phase. I have a few questions for the Department of Public Works.
Would you like to wait until they till they finish their presentation?
I think this is related to the statements.
Okay.
So can you describe the noticing procedures for the subdivision as required by law?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Bruce Storrs, City and County Surveyor. My colleague, Paul Mabry, Chief Surveyor, is the project manager on this, and I'm going to let him respond to the majority of your questions.
Good afternoon, Supervisor. Paul Mabry, Public Works. In response to your question, we have here at the city promulgated a subdivision code and subdivision regulations. Those specify that, consistent with state law, we notice all residents within 300 feet of a subject property. We require the project applicant to provide a map showing where that boundary line would be. In this case, we decided that since the project does have such a large impact per the development agreement, even though there was not sort of the state requirement to notice as many people as we did notice all of the residents of the Park Merced development area, sort of as out of an abundance of caution.
In your notice, why was there this discrepancy between the assessor's parcel number listed in the notice and the ones that are subject to the subdivision?
Similarly, out of an abundance of caution, the development entitlements only cover 4 blocks. However, the city, part of Public Works conditions of approval, and also to be consistent with the development agreement, there are many other street improvements and community benefits that are going to be a part of our requirements to approve this subdivision map. Those are listed in those conditions of approval, and all of those lots and blocks that we have listed are potentially affected by this approval. That's why they were included.
And in regards to supporting documents, how are they made available to the public when they are not included in the mail public notices?
On our notice, we state that the public can contact us. They're available for pickup at 1155 Market Street, 3rd floor at our office, or we do attempt, where file size permits, to make them available via email. Where the file size is larger, we'll usually do a combination of mailing a CD, if that's the applicant's request, or providing it on an FTP site via the internet.
Thank you. And then there was an issue of the property owner of the project site that's sort of changed hand. And then the last change, what was the last change, and what are the requirements around noticing for such a change when there's basically a different owner?
Yeah, that is a contention raised by the appellant, and we will verify ownership prior to approving any final map. But at the time of tentative map application, we ask the applicant to sign a statement basically under perjury saying they do have a property interest in the property they're asking to subdivide, and that suffices our conditions up until we get to actually requesting, title information and the subdivision guarantee.
And then also, the appellant sort of noticed that there was some back taxes owed in one of the subdivisions or one of the parcels. I think it's APN 7236/001.
I can't answer to the question of back taxes, Supervisor. That is something that we require proof of payment of taxes and a tax certificate prior to recording any final map, but that would be something we would address in the future.
Okay. Or is that part of Park Merced at all? It's a really good question.
I haven't verified this myself, but I've heard that property is owned by San Francisco State University, and it's not a part of this development.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we will open this item up to public comment for those who support the appellant. Mr. Yip?
I supported such a agenda item for the positive side of what you're talking about. I don't know what we're talking about. I support that anyhow. But if I have a chance for, is there a chance for public comment? I mean, general public comment today?
No, Mr. Yip.
Oh.
Okay. Next speaker, please.
Hi, members of supervisors. I live in San Francisco 25 years, 20 years in Park Merced. During these years, I have chance to observe 19th Avenue that's supposed to be freeway. It's completely, with every year passing, it have more cars, and it's become clogged in the during morning and evening hours, and practically impossible during weekend. And current planning construction in Park Merced will put more high rises with people with the cars. These people in these high rises don't have easy access, not to the BART station, not to the Caltrains. They will use cars, and it will put again more cars to the 19th Avenue. It's you've probably been told that because we need there is very high prices for housing in San Francisco, and new construction, you've been told to decrease prices. It is a lie. The prices for housing will never go down because it's time for globalization. There is enough rich people around the world to come to San Francisco. The prices for housing in San Francisco only will go down when quality of life here will start decreasing, and it will be decrease when streets in San Francisco will be completely blocked by cars. That will happen if you continue to approve high rises in San Francisco. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, my name is Terrence Faulkner. I'm a resident of Park Merced. I'm not formally involved in this appeal, but I can tell you a lot about Park Merced. The management, frankly, is horrible. They have shown so much bad faith and so many unclean hands, it's a joke. I was on the board of the Park Merced Residents Organization, as with Kathy Lentz, who's one of the leaders of the Park Merced Action Coalition. They both, as a result of the activities of the Park Merced management, they got to an individual, Daniel Phillips, who's dead now. He was president until he was impeached. He tried to remove us from the board, setting himself up as a membership committee and throwing us out, and then announcing he was going to have the next board meeting at the Park Merced rental office, and that if any of us tried to go there, we would be arrested for trespass. We took the letters we got from him, and we went right around the board and had the whole rest of the board sign an emergency impeachment under Robert's Rules of Order. This is typical of the things that have happened at Park Merced. It's been one case of bad faith after another. We have a terrible rodent problem here at Park Merced. They no longer collect garbage at the doors. Everyone has to bring the garbage down to central locations within blocks. The rodent problem has exploded. We had a big problem in our place. Our next door neighbors did too. It's one problem after another. Park Merced's management has been very bad. They've done everything they could to break up the Park Merced Residents Organization, which at its height had about 250 people. Frankly, an investigation by this board would be very good as to the tactics that were used. They're very reminiscent of the worst stuff done during the Southern civil rights struggles by the racist South. Except in this case, it's an economic situation rather than a racial situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I am a longtime Park Merced resident, and I received that little map in my mail, and it showed the surveyors' names for it. All the residents didn't know what streets that they went to. So I just feel that a lot of things, I'm very worried about what's happening, and it seems like things just are given to us quickly. They're ambiguous. They're unclear. A lot of the residents are so worried. But I wonder, why is there such lack of clarity in the notices? Especially they're going to tear down our community, and there's like 3 or 4 construction sites happening. It's a very large piece of land, and it's just very confusing to the residents. So I would like to request some more information for the residents. Well, we did get, for example, in April a newsletter, and that's when they said they were going to do the phases and everything. But then later, and then they said they were going to Muni was going to go through Crespi, but then it didn't happen, and so we weren't noticed that this wasn't happening. So when we get these newsletters, it doesn't seem like it's really solid information either. So because it changes now, they're not going to do that. So anyway, I would just like to have a little more clarity in the notices, since it affects all of us so deeply. And I'm just questioning, why is there such ambiguous information on these notices? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Glenn Rogers. I wanted to mention that behavior similar to this by the city was recognized by the North Beach neighbors. They were shocked to learn of a contract to tear up Columbus Street to build the Central Subway. This work was signed 4 years earlier without public disclosure. The discovery of this project led to an alternative plan when it was eventually brought to the Board of Supervisors. Behavior like this, including secrecy, violation of due process, inconsistency between notice and maps, inadequacy of documentation for subdivision approval, questions about ownership, and lastly, tax liability lapses should not be rewarded. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak in support of the appeal? Mr. Yip, it's not general public comment. Okay, seeing none, public comment for that component of this hearing is now closed. And we will have up to 10 minutes for the representatives of the Department of Public Works and the Planning Department to describe the grounds for their decision to approve the tentative map.
Madam President, Supervisors, Supervisor Yee in particular, I'll be brief, but to follow up on some of the questions that you raised, I'd like to clarify for the board and the public's benefit that the Subdivision Map Act controls the process that we follow here at the Department of Public Works. The appellant raised quite a few legitimate issues. However, the department's response to those comes in the conditions of approval that we have issued. And for instance, the issue about ownership, that is something that we will verify. It is a condition of approval of this map. Questions about taxes, the same thing. So in some case, these are they're good questions, but they'll be addressed in the future. Another is the question about the tentative map and final map process. The appellant expressed some confusion about what does the term tentative final map mean as opposed to just tentative map. Those are terms that we require the appellant to use to be very clear that this is a tentative final map as opposed to a tentative parcel map. A parcel map requires a different set of criteria, and it's generally easier to get approved. So this is at the highest level of scrutiny and threshold for our department. The noticing, the confusion over noticing, that is a bit confusing. And again, that was done out of an abundance of caution to make sure that any resident who might have an interest in this map could contact us to request additional information or to appeal that to this board. So because of the development agreement that this first phase of maps is processed under covered the entire Park Merced development area, we included any portion of those community benefits that might touch one of those lots or blocks in this noticing requirement, and then sent that to all the residents there in the park. To my knowledge, this is the largest notice circulation of notice that the department has ever done on a subdivision map. Other than that, this map was processed per our usual procedures, and we believe it conforms with the state law and our local municipal codes.
Supervisor Weiner, you had a question?
Yes, for the Department of Public Works. Excuse me. As I understand it, this is the first of a series of subdivision maps that will be issued with respect to the Park Merced project?
That's correct, Supervisor. This is the first of many possible subdivision maps per the development agreement. However, the developer has no obligation to apply for any future subdivision maps.
And one or more of those, the dimension of streets is covered by a subdivision map eventually. Is that right?
In our conditions of approval, we have specified that the developer will need in future street improvement plans, which have not yet been approved, comply with the development agreement, and that does cover street widths.
And that would be folded into a subdivision map?
The subdivision map only covers the entire width of the right-of-way. It doesn't get into specificities about street
right. So
details.
the width of the street would be covered by a subdivision map.
That's correct.
Does this particular subdivision map include any street widths?
The tentative subdivision map does, yes.
Today, before us?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what are the widths? Because that had not been my understanding. What are the widths of the streets that are covered by the subdivision map?
I don't have the map in front of me. Is there one in particular that you are referring to? I know Font Boulevard is probably the widest of the streets out there, and I think it's over 100 feet wide in right-of-way width. Other streets are probably more like 60 feet wide.
Okay. I'm talking about more the neighborhood streets within the development. I know that, as you know, and I've had disagreements with your department about, for example, in the Hunters Point Shipyard and Candlestick Project, where the fire department and the Department of Public Works were seeking to have street widths that were dangerous because they were so wide they would encourage fast traffic. And so I want to make sure that we're not having that same situation here in Park Merced. My understanding had been that issue was not before us in the current subdivision maps.
The tentative maps. I believe your concerns are allayed in that we've issued a condition of approval that will require any final map check print to also be reviewed by other agencies, in particular MTA, the Planning Department, and DPW, of course. So we're going to need basically unanimous consent on those issues before a final map would be recorded, and we believe that would address your concerns.
Okay, so I'm still a little confused then. In terms of the streets running through the Park Merced project, how many of those are included in the subdivision map before us today?
The streets that are adjacent to the subdivisions are shown. For instance, between blocks 20 and 21, there's Font Boulevard. That is shown in its entirety. There's a number of other street improvements, community benefits, that will be required that will be shown on future or current street improvement plans.
I'm talking about street widths.
Yeah, the street widths, where they're shown on the subdivision maps, they have a dimension.
And that, so then as of this subdivision map, if it's approved today, will lock in the street widths for the Park Merced project?
They would need to be in substantial conformity with this map.
Okay, that's not what the department informed us. We asked specifically for this appeal because we have a potential dispute with the fire department and possibly with the Department of Public Works about the widths of the streets, because we had been informed that there was another push yet again to have extra wide streets that are not conducive to safe residential use. And so I'm now sort of concerned that after we were informed of that by the department, that you're now saying that the streets are part of this. So I don't know if this is a miscommunication.
Right, I think maybe the misunderstanding is the overall street right-of-way width, and that is shown on these subdivision maps. and that's pretty much final. However, the allocation of use of that various street width to traveled way or pedestrian-friendly zones is the question that is being worked out right now on the street improvement plans with the other agencies that you refer to.
So in terms of what, how wide, say, curb to curb, that's not before us today?
No, sir.
Okay, so in terms of whether it's going to be 26-foot clear or 20-foot clear on the Park Merced streets, that's not before us today?
That is not a part of the subdivision maps, no.
Well, that would be part of a future map.
It would not be part of a future final map. However, it is a part of the subdivision improvement plan process, and that is, like I mentioned, conditioned on being circulated to the planning department, to all the other concerned agencies, and getting a consensus that this is the correct use of the public space.
And that final decision would that be folded into a final map for this project?
It would be folded into a future board action to accept the built-out public streets.
For the Board of Supervisors?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because in the Hunters Point Shipyard project, it was actually, I understand, folded into the subdivision map, appealable to the Board of Supervisors.
Right, and I don't want to belabor the point, but that was the question on the width of the overall street right-of-way width, and that has not been raised as an issue here, to my understanding.
Okay, and so in terms of the overall allocation to street versus sidewalk, in terms of whether we're going to have sort of wide raceway streets or actual residential scale streets, that will be subject to Board of Supervisors approval? Are you telling me?
Yes, sir. If I understand you correctly, that would come to you as part of a public improvement agreement and before the city could accept these streets in their final form.
Okay, and then we would have the option, if we disagreed, to reject it at that time.
Presumably so. I can't answer that question. That's more of a legal question.
We have the power to do that. Okay, and that's not before us today?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. At this time, seeing no other names on the roster, we will have up to 10 minutes for the real party interest to present.
Good evening, President Breed and Supervisors. I'm Jim Abrams from J. Abrams Law. I'm counsel to Park Merced. We respectfully request that you affirm DPW's decision here. The maps conform to the Subdivision Map Act and the local subdivision code, and I think that, as Mr. Mabry explained, some of the confusion that has occurred tonight has resulting from the appeal is because of the department's desire to over-notice the neighborhood and to send notices to more residents than is required by law, which we thought was an appropriate thing to do, and it may have caused some confusion, but we do think it's the right answer. As background, this board approved this project in 2011. There was a development agreement, an EIR, that was certified at that time. The merits of the project were debated at length at that time. After the project was approved, PMAC, the appellants this evening, they filed litigation challenging the city's certification of the EIR. That was litigated in Superior Court in where they lost, in appellate court where they lost, and then also to the California Supreme Court where they lost again. So the merits of this project have been discussed and debated quite significantly. What we're here tonight is about the first two sub-phases of the project, not even the first full phase. It's sub-phases A and 1A and 1B of the project. These maps are related to those sub-phase approvals. The maps are conditional approval. There's about 300 conditions that the Department of Public Works has put on the map that we need to satisfy before the final map is approved. That final map will come to you for your approval. A similar approval is going to be sought for each of the subphases for the project. So there will be, Supervisor Wiener asked, there will be future maps that will be coming before you for future subphases of this project. We've submitted a letter responding to the appellant's claims, and I just wanted to reiterate the notice requirements per state and local law are that the notices are sent to property owners within 300 feet of the subdivided parcels. What DPW did here is they sent the notices to all residents within 300 feet of all of Park Merced. So they included thousands of residents that otherwise wouldn't have been noticed if the noticing requirements under applicable law were followed.
Okay,
And,
I'm going to pause your time.
Yes.
Supervisor Weiner has a question.
Yeah,
Yes.
you had referenced my colloquy with Department of Public Works. Do you agree with their assessment? Because my understanding was that these dimensions actually do come in the form of a subdivision map that's appealable to the Board of Supervisors in terms of the curb to curb and how much is allocated to street as opposed to people.
I believe that Mr. Mabry is correct. However, by the time it reaches you all, there's going to be several rounds of street improvement permits that will have been reviewed by the various agencies. And so currently we're preparing a 95% version of those plans. We've prepared a 60% version. They were circulated to all the city agencies. We're responding to those comments now in earnest. And in some instances, the comments are not consistent with each other, so we're doing our best with the help of DPW, which has been fantastic at sort of trying to resolve the conflicts amongst those comments. So we're preparing now a street improvement permit that our plan that's going to be submitted to the city in a few weeks that will then be revised and submitted again. So by the time that it reaches you, it's going to have been through the city agencies 3 or 4 times and been revised on the basis of their comments. I believe, I would need to confirm, but I believe that the public improvement agreement you can certainly approve or disapprove, but I think at the point that it arrives to you, the substance of the street improvement plan may have been approved already by DPW.
Right, and but none of that is not before us today.
No.
And when it does come before us, we can accept or reject it.
Exactly. That's
okay.
correct. Yes.
Thank you.
And what's before you, and I think also just to clarify Mr. Mabry's comment, which he correctly stated, which is what's being shown on these maps is just the area of the total streets, the area that's dedicated to sidewalks, bike lanes, automobile lanes. That's all to be determined. These maps don't determine any of that.
Okay, so we're going to start your time again.
Okay, thanks. So I think the second point to make is that the notice included all of the assessor's parcel numbers for the entirety of the Park Merced project. This, again, is just relating to the first 2 subphases of the project, so that caused, I think, some confusion, but it was the appropriate thing to do given that this is the maps that are affecting the totality of the project. Finally, I just wanted to address the chain of title issues. Prior to the approval of the development agreement in 2011, the project sponsor was required to submit a title insurance policy to the city attorney's office for their review. That was reviewed. Since then, there's a legal requirement that every time the property transfers, the city's notified. That's happened. So those concerns, I think, have been fully addressed with the city. Finally, I just want to note that this is a large project. There is the project sponsor, I think, has a great responsibility to inform the residents of what's happening with the project. But given the size of the project, it is a challenge when, considering whether to provide too much information or a little bit of information here and there. What we've been doing is submitting resident newsletters on a quarterly basis to the residents. This is one from April that are very detailed. And this one, for example, has the schedule of the project that's shown on it, the anticipated dates of development, the various approvals that are happening. There's also a map that shows the areas of the subphases 1A and 1B. So there has been quite a bit of information that's been circulated to the residents of Park Merced, I think, rightfully so, explaining the project and its and what's happening with it. So I just want to make it clear that we've been taking that very seriously and think it's very important. So we're here for questions, and thank you very much.
Okay, with that, and Mr. Supervisor Yee, you have questions?
Yes. For the project sponsors, this subdivision starts with really impacting those that will be moving first or possibly moving first. And so the question I have is, what kind of outreach are you actually doing specifically to those residents that might be relocated in this first phase of your development?
Good afternoon, Supervisor Yee and Supervisors and President Breed. Seth Mallon with Project Sponsor. What we've actually held is, in addition to the resident newsletter, we had a community meeting for the residents that are to be relocated. So the residents that are first affected by the first demolition that happened at Park Merced. We had that meeting on September 9th, where we invited all of them to meet with us, walk through the process and procedure, and give them a detailed layout of the tenant relocation plan, how it impacts them. Clearly, our first phase of construction that these maps actually will hopefully and ultimately approve will enable us to construct new homes for the residents that will be affected in future phases. So our obligation commitment is to construct new homes first, provide those new homes to residents that will be affected in future phases for them to move into before we begin any construction or demolition on their homes.
And in regards to when would the resident have to give you notice that they want to move into the new places?
The notice provisions are very detailed in the development agreement and tenant relocation plan. Our noticing to the residents of the meeting we held was actually a requirement of the development agreement to talk to the to be replaced notice before, to be replaced residents that are in to be replaced buildings. Excuse me, too many terms here. That meeting had to take place before any building permits are submitted. We have no building permits submitted. The next notice requirement off the top of my head is within 60 days of start of construction of the building that will house the to-be relocated residents. We have to let them know construction started in their home. We anticipate construction will take X period of time, and that we'll give them future notice at that point in time. Within the expected sort of 6 month prior to completion of that to-be replaced building, residents will be noticed yet again. And there's a series of notices that happen. That notice actually informs residents that their new home will be ready in somewhere around 6 months from that point. It's, I believe it's no greater than 1 year and no less than 6 months prior to the completion of that building. It gives them a chance at that point to tour the building under construction, see the homes that will be available for them to move to, rank their choice of home in order of preference by unit type. So each existing resident's been designated to a unit type. For example, a resident may be in a 2x1 small, 2x1 medium, or a large, as outlined in the development agreement. Then we'll show them all those homes that match that corresponding size. Match the minimum or greater corresponding size. Let them rank those choices based on seniority. Then we go through and select that. That noticing provision happens multiple times. There's a first notice, there's a second notice, and then ultimately a decision is required before they move and relocate. They do have the option to elect to move. They also have the option to stay in their home and then take relocation payout assistance as designated by the rent board, updated annually.
So when's the sort of last moment one can decide whether they want to move or not?
The last time they can decide to move is ultimately after. So technically, if they want their preferred unit, it's within that sort of second notice provision up to that point. However, if they change their mind at the last minute and decide, hey, I want to move, I changed my mind, you don't want to take relocation payout, I don't want to move off-site, I really want to stay and move to a new home, then they'll be given one that's still available at that point in time. They would just bypass the seniority. We'd work with residents up till the day of moving, ultimately.
So in talking to residents out there, it seems like one common fear they have or unknown for them is they really don't know what to expect when construction starts happening. Can you sort of describe what's going to happen?
Well, we all know construction can be disruptive, and we would never tell anyone to the contrary. Our intent and goal here is to work with contractors that are using best practices in construction mitigation, both in dealing with construction impact noise, dust control, air monitoring systems. There will be noise. I would not tell anyone there's not going to be noise. Construction is a noisy process. It is a dusty process to some degrees. We will do our best job to mitigate that and control that and work with residents and address their concerns as best possible.
And what would be the process or the procedure if residents have some specific issues around construction? Who would they go to? How can they actually lodge their complaint?
There's multiple ways, actually. We have a direct website, parkmercedvision.com. We have an email address, info@parkmercedvision.com. We have a phone number for that aspect of it. Residents contact us through that all the time. We respond to them directly. Park Merced Resident Services Department also has the ability to address those issues and concerns and get to the appropriate people. They have the same method of contact through actually a web access portal, through an email address, as well as phone numbers as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Okay, at this time, we will open it up to public comment for those who want to speak in support of the real party and interest. Are there any members of the public who'd like to speak at this time? Please come forward. You will have 2 minutes each.
I'm Jeannie Scott. I'm a longtime resident at Park Merced, and I have been a supporter of this project from the very first day I heard about it. I've lived here about 12 years now. So I've been to many meetings. Park Merced's been very, very good about sending out notices. I have come here and talked in favor of it. I've been to City Hall numerous times in favor of it. I'm not confused. I get just recently I got a really well-informed. I was well-informed from what I received from them on what's coming up, and I live close by. I will be affected more by probably all the noise and the trucks and everything. So when I got this letter to say that there's another appeal, I was very disappointed and kind of surprised. So, this project I was looking forward to an apartment in a community that was energy efficient, conserved water, that used renewable energy, which you read about all the time, about how all these cities and the states, and there's bills in front of the legislature in California, all about these issues, and this is where I would be living if this could just go forward. Right now, I don't have that. So please, I'm appealing to you to let this go forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Supervisors Michael Terrio, San Francisco Building and Construction Trades Council. Having listened to the appellants and to the department representatives, I think you understand now that where there are real issues, they are to be dealt with down the road, the tax issue, the clarification of ownership. Where there are issues otherwise, they seem to result instead either from the tendency of legal language to obscure as much as it clarifies, and from actually a tendency to overnotice rather than to undernotice, so that there was not a failure to notice in this case. The map is adequately noticed and adequate in and of itself, and we ask you to approve it. There's a few of us still in the audience here. I'd ask them to stand from the building trades, and we continue our support for the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Supervisors. Brooke Turner, Executive Director of the Coalition for Better Housing. Thank you very much for taking up this appeal today. We appreciate your interest in it and your discussion of it. We want to applaud our colleagues in the rental housing industry at Park Merced for the work they're trying to do to establish new homes for San Franciscans, many badly needed new homes, and look forward to working with them to make sure that the needs of the community and the city and the tenants are addressed as we know they will be. We respectfully request you affirm the approval of the tentative subdivision map. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak? Seeing none, public comment is closed. And now the appellant will have up to 3 minutes for a rebuttal.
Thank you. We heard a lot about how the noticing was accurate, but it actually, when we don't know what this is for. It's for condos. The fact they were building condos for sale was not in the newsletter. Tenants weren't residents in any kind of subdivision, if it's a residential, they have to be noticed. So the fact that they're saying that they went above and beyond is not true. They barely met state requirements per governmental codes. The final checklist and map has been submitted. So I'm not sure. Here's a letter saying, please accept this final map and checklist. And this is in January 29th. Why the DPW did not hold a public hearing for people to address concerns there. I agree with that lady. I don't want to come back to another, I don't want to deal with another appeal. I don't want to deal with City Hall. I would like informational meetings so that we can tackle issues prior to them being approved and ultimately appealed. And not everybody's going to be happy, but let's try to get this, include people so that there is a clear understanding about how we're going to move forward. Another issue is that there's 400 vacant units at Park Merced right now, and there's an affordable housing crisis. So they're not being forthright about that, or they're actually contributing to the problem by not renting it out or having the rental rate way too high for what the apartments are. Finally, I included an attachment, I believe 1 or 2, a reconciliation of who was noticed, what the deed says, and what blocks and properties are at issue in this hearing. And I want you to focus on the subdivision map approval of 3 maps, which notice went out erroneously. There are issues. It seems backwards to be able to provide proof of ownership after the city does all this work. It just does not make sense to me, as well as making sure the taxes are paid. On that issue, I did go back and review after Jim Abrams' letter was received, and it was their parcel, 7326, that owed $700,000 on it. So, it's a city fiscal and fiducial responsibility. So the items highlighted in red on this overhead, sorry, I didn't ask for it, those are notices that didn't go out. They were not included in the notice. The yellow are the tentative blocks, development blocks, and the blocks associated with it.
Thank you very much.
Again.
This hearing has been held and is now closed. This item is in the hands of the Board of Supervisors for items number 46, 47, and 48. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you, President Bree. Colleagues, as I said at the beginning of the process, the Park Merced project is not what is in front of the board today. What is in front of us is a subdivision map appeal. And my conclusion is I do not feel that the appellant have shown enough evidence to overturn the Department of Public Works decision. So, colleagues, I motion to move forward item number 46 and table items number 47 and 48.
Supervisor Yee has made a motion to support item 46 and table item 47, 48. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Christensen. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be supporting the motion. I don't think there's a basis for this appeal. I do want to just, and following up to the colloquy that I had before with the Department of Public Works, I do think that the issue of street width and street clearance is a very, very important one. It does ultimately feed into, I believe, the final map. I don't know, it seems a little bit unclear right now what is going to come to the board or not come to the board in terms of our discretion to approve or disapprove. I know that we've heard some concerning things about positions that some departments have taken in terms of wanting wider streets in the Park Merced project, which would lead to streets that are less safe. But that does not appear to be before us today. My understanding is that that the current property line widths in this map are the same as what was in the development agreement, and that today we're not making any decisions on this appeal about street versus sidewalk in terms of whether sidewalks will start getting shaved back to have wider streets. So that is an issue I'm going to be very carefully monitoring, because this is a major development for the city, a new neighborhood effectively, or a significantly revised and expanded neighborhood, and it's important that we get it right in terms of smart urban design. But in terms of this appeal, I don't think that it has merit, and so I'll be supporting the motion to reject it.
Thank you, Supervisor Weiner. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you very much. I just also wanted to indicate that I will be supporting this project. I think it's important that we continue to build affordable housing and housing across the entire parts of the city, not just in the southeastern corridor in District 6 and in District 5. It's nice to share that responsibility with our folks on the west side.
Okay, seeing no other names on the roster, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On the motion to approve item 46 and table items 47 and 48, Supervisor Kim? Kim, aye. Supervisor Mar? Mar, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Weiner?
Aye.
Weiner, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos? Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Christensen?
Aye.
Christensen, aye. Supervisor Cohen? Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell?
Aye.
Farrell, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The tentative map is finally affirmed unanimously. Madam Clerk, can we go to the next item on our agenda?
We were in the middle of introducing new business, and we will begin with Supervisor Marr.
Thank you. As people exit the chambers, let me just start by saying that San Francisco has arguably the best free music festival in the country, and it's coming up this weekend. It's the Hardly Strictly Bluegrass Festival. And I wanted to say that thanks so much to Warren Hellman and the Hellman family for this incredible gift to our city that occurs in District 1. It impacts heavily my district, but also Supervisor Katie Tang's district, District 4, as well, as we expect hundreds of thousands of people to come in to enjoy the park. Hopefully it's a beautiful weekend as well. It's coming up this Friday, the October 2nd through Sunday, October 4th. And as in past years, it's held in Golden Gate Parks, Hellman Hollow, Marks Meadow, and Lindley Meadow as well. It's commercial free. It's really thanks to 14 years of a vision of Warren Hellman to bring such incredible international and national musicians to our city. The Free Music Festival features local and internationally renowned bluegrass, folk music, rock and roll, alternative, all kinds of punk, post-punk bands. This year's lineup, just as a small taste of what's coming up: Boz Scaggs, Gillian Welch, Steve Earle, as always, Paul Weller from the Jam, Indigo Girls, Joe Jackson, Ry Cooder, Bill Payne from Little Feat, Michael Franti and Spearhead, Los Lobos, Blind Boys of Alabama, Emilio Harris, fantastic Negrito, an up-and-coming blues artist, but tremendous lineup this year. For more information, go to www.hardlystrictlybluegrass.com. And also, sometimes there are surprises. I think when Robert Plant and John Paul Jones from Led Zeppelin appeared together a couple years ago, to Bob Weir of the Grateful Dead appearances, but we're always looking for incredible surprise performances. I know one thing that I'm looking for is something called Big Stars Third with Kronos Quartet and Van Dyke Parks as well, but incredible mixing of different types of artists. If neighbors or attendees have immediate concerns like blocked driveways, increased traffic, lack of public transportation, and lots of the other issues that come in through my office, they can call the Hardly Strictly Bluegrass Community Hotline. That's 415-702-6727. That's 702-6727. Or they can call my office at 415-554-7410. The hotline comes operational this coming Friday on October 2nd. I hope to see everyone out there from Friday through Sunday at the Hardly Strictly Bluegrass Festival. The rest I'll submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Weiner.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, today I'm introducing legislation to reform and restructure ISCOT, the committee that deals with street closures in San Francisco. This committee, which is currently basically an interdepartmental committee without community representation, plays a really important role, both in terms of short-term closures for block parties or for street festivals that are larger or smaller, as well as more permanent closures, such as the Pavements to Parks program. It is important that this body be expanded to go beyond city departments and also to include representatives of the public who are knowledgeable in the areas of whether it's pedestrian access, entertainment, and so forth. So the legislation will formalize ISCOT, which right now operates in a very informal manner without clear rules, without consistently applied rules, much to the frustration of many members of the public. It will formalize which department have votes. It will require official appointments of department representatives. Right now, sometimes departments will send people who aren't even familiar with what is before the body, and will provide 4 appointments to the Board of Supervisors of community representation so that ISCOT can be more of a voice of the community. The legislation will also require that ISCOT hearings be properly noticed and improve the noticing. It will require ISCOT to actually take votes on applications, because right now sometimes they don't even vote. They'll just kill a project informally without having to cast any recorded votes. They will be required to issue an annual report, including information about the number of applications and a number of applications approved or denied. And it will also require ISCOT to develop a survey that it distributes to applicants requesting anonymous feedback regarding the performance of the committee. So temporary public space projects such as pavement to parks will continue to be permitted by ISCOT. The technical aspects of the project must be pre-approved by the fire department and the MTA on letterhead from the chief of the fire department and director of transportation in order to avoid arbitrary decisions by ISCOT, which we've seen all too frequently. ISCOT will continue to hold a public hearing prior to the issuance of any permits. I think this is an important step forward. Street events play such an important role in our city, and we need to have a body overseeing those events that is actually up to the task, and the rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Wiener. Supervisor Yee.
Submit.
Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleague, just wanted to report that tomorrow I will be going to Washington, D.C. To meet with HUD and the Federal Housing Finance Agency, and we'll be also taking part in an event with municipal leaders and congressional and Senate leaders from across the country. It'll involve Elizabeth Warren as well, and it's part of a Homeowners Day of Action in Washington, D.C. Tomorrow's goal for me will be to talk to HUD and Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac leaders and asking them that here in San Francisco we passed a resolution here at the Board of Supervisors, and several mayors at the Mayor's Conference of Mayors here in the city had passed a resolution as well, urging HUD and Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac to sell pools of distressed mortgages not to Wall Street, where they typically sell distressed mortgages, and Wall Street investors, hedge fund investors often just take those mortgages and they make money off of them, but they don't put any conditions on how those mortgages will be kept in the hands of working people, especially Latinos and African Americans across the country who have been hit hard by our downturn in the economy that is actually outside of San Francisco, but affects communities all across the country. So I'm actually very excited about the opportunity. I think here in San Francisco, as we've heard today from Reverend Brown, that the city has not done what it can do to protect working people, especially people of color and African Americans, to the economic conditions that we find ourselves in. I have worked very diligently to try and see what we can do to help Latino and African American homeowners in the city. I put language in Prop C HTFP, the Housing Trust Fund, that was actually supposed to create programs within the Mayor's Office of Housing to be able to support homeowners, and there's been such indifference in that department that we haven't seen anything come forward that is actually enabling people to keep their wealth in their homes and in their families, and we continue to see a decrease in African Americans and Latinos here living in the city, and we know how widening the disparities are in wealth in San Francisco. Even when our economy is booming, we don't have that experience of being able to maintain our wealth and maximizing our wealth. So hoping to get a good response from HUD and Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. If we're able to not sell distressed mortgage pools to Wall Street and sell them actually to community development financial institutions, we have organizations then that will work towards achieving principal reduction for homeowners, helping homeowners to actually have a property that they'll be able to pay for with a better mortgage, one that has a lower interest rate. And the goal really is how we can make sure that working people can hold their wealth in their own homes and in their households and enable us to actually support a middle class that can actually grow across the country and here in San Francisco. The rest I'll submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. Supervisor Breed.
Thank you. Colleagues, I have one in memoriam for Tracy Michelle Dyson. She was born on September 21st, 1968 in San Francisco and passed away on September 20th, 2015. She was a graduate from Balboa High School and she attended Contra Costa College where she majored in social work. She dedicated her time to working with social services before her illness. She suffered from lupus and multiple sclerosis and lived life to the fullest each day despite of her illness. She was extremely talented and with home decorating, and home decorating was her favorite hobby. She constantly watched HGTV, and friends and family members would say that she'd probably be really famous in interior design had it not been for the challenges of her illness. She is survived by her two sons, Anthony, 24, and Aaron, 17, and she's the daughter of John Dyson and stepdaughter of a dear friend, Lisa Dyson. She was a great mother and an amazing friend to all who know her, and she will be dearly missed by her family and loved ones. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Madam President. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have a couple of items, and the first item is a follow-up on a package of reforms that I introduced last week, which I am calling the Safety Not Scapegoating Package, which addresses the very tragic incident that happened at Pier 14. As we know, there are people like Donald Trump and others that are trying to score political points and scapegoating an entire immigrant community as a result of this tragedy. Today, I'm introducing the third part of this package, an ordinance that requires off-duty peace officers to store city-issued weapons in a lockbox or to lock them in their trunk of the vehicle. I want to thank Supervisor Marr for co-sponsoring this ordinance. The fact is that having guns end up in the wrong hands has been an issue for years. Currently, there are between 270 to 330 million firearms in the United States, enough for every man, woman, and child in this country. Between 2005 and 2010, 1.4 million guns were reported stolen in this country. And right now, there is no public tracking of annual gun thefts, including thefts of guns and weapons that belong to law enforcement. An audit that was done by the U.S. General Accounting Office found that the FBI and 14 other federal agencies reported more than 1,000 guns that were lost or stolen between September 1998 to July 2002, something that the GAO said needs reform. Recently, here in the Bay Area, there have been 3 instances where guns were stolen from public safety officers, people who you would think would be the last people that a gun is stolen from. We had the example of a Bureau of Land Management agent who was here visiting San Francisco in late June. That individual left his gun in his backpack inside the car. It was visible in plain sight, and an unknown person stole that weapon, and lo and behold, 4 days later, the shooting occurred at Pier 14 and resulting in the tragic death of Ms. Diane Lee. Last month, a gun was also stolen from the back seat of the Berkeley police chief's vehicle, the chief of police. And only 5 days later, a Hayward police officer had his gun stolen from his car that was parked near a Starbucks in Oakland's Fruitvale neighborhood. We must do something to make sure that weapons that are issued by the city do not fall into the wrong hands. We need to ensure that we do everything we can to protect our citizens. The ordinance that I'm introducing today will ensure that we will do better to secure guns when stored in vehicles. I actually hope that this is the beginning of a change in policy and attitude around this issue, and that other Bay Area counties, including federal and state agencies, will follow suit. The second item that I have is simply an introduction of interim prohibition extension on commercial mergers in the 24th Street Special Use District. This is simply an extension of what we have done before. I want to thank my colleagues who supported the original interim controls. And today, the mayor and I are asking for a 10-month extension to the original 45 days controls so that we can complete the community process and finish drafting permanent controls for that area. The last item that I have is a hearing request about resulting from a very sad incident that happened in one of my neighborhoods that I represent in Bernal Heights, where I live. We had a transformer that is owned and operated by PG&E that exploded. It injured 2 residents of my neighborhood. And so today I am calling for a hearing so that we can hear directly from PG&E not only about what happened here, but exactly what it is that we are doing to prevent an incident like this from happening again. I want to know how many transformers, such transformers there are not only in Bernal Heights, but quite frankly throughout the city. How is the infrastructure that PG&E runs maintained? What is it that happened? And the idea that in this day and age, in 2015, in this country, in this city, you could have that kind of explosion is pretty scary. And I know that many people in my neighborhood in Bernal Heights, but quite frankly throughout other parts of the city, are scared. And the one thing that I cannot guarantee to people right now is that I know that we're doing everything we can to prevent this from happening again. The purpose of this hearing is to ensure that. I also want to thank the California Public Utilities Commission, which quite frankly until recently has let the utilities, including PG&E, do whatever they want. I'm grateful to the CPUC that they are doing a full investigation over what happened. We have to ensure the safety of our residents. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Supervisor Cohen.
Submit.
Oh, thank you. Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, colleagues, I have one item today. Our small business community, as we all know, is the lifeblood of our city. It provides jobs and revenue for our residents in our city and a huge contributing factor to the quality of life in our neighborhoods. We ask a lot of our small business community because of the values we share in treating employees with dignity and respect and by paying them fair wages and providing health care opportunities, which we will all continue to do. These businesses and their employers comply with local, state, and federal laws and are forced to adapt their businesses at all levels of government to continue to implement these policies. I do think that we can all agree that when we put these policies in place, we want to make sure they are followed and implemented correctly, and that it takes time to have input from employers and employees on what the policies will do in the real world and what effects they will have. Given the time that's needed to get these new policies right, over the past month, my staff has been working with OLSE, and I want to thank them for their support and their work on this issue, I'm introducing a piece of legislation today to add more certainty to our rulemaking and regulation process for employers and for employees through OLSC. The legislation itself will provide that all new ordinances that OLSC is empowered to implement or enforce will become operative 180 days after enactment unless the new ordinance passed by the board specifies a different operative date. This 180-day rule would not apply to ordinances that amend existing ordinances that OLSC is currently empowered to implement or enforce. It will also require that within 30 days of enactment, a new law that OLSC is issue a written notice on their website stating whether or not they will be issuing rules or administrative guidance. And on any amendment that takes place in legislation that OLSC currently has purview, the same 30-day advance notice in writing and on their website would apply. These 60 and 30-day enforcement periods will not delay any current investigations or cases pending before OLSC and will not hurt any employees at all. They'll be guaranteed all the rights and benefits currently provided by all of our policies. And lastly, the legislation requires that OLSC give advance notice to the Small Business Commission before issuing their rules and guidance, and provides an opportunity for the Commission to request that OLSC come present on their new rules or guidances. I want to thank OLSC for all of their input and support of this legislation so we could get the policy right. It took a great deal of time. I also want to thank Jess Montejano for my staff. This law will allow for more certainty that's desperately needed to both allow OLSC and employers and employees to understand how to adapt to our new laws or changes in existing laws without hurting their businesses. I look forward to the discussion ahead, and the rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Farrell. Madam President, seeing no other names on the roster, that concludes the introduction of new business.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you please read public comment?
At this time, the public may address the board as a whole for up to 2 minutes on items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board, to include the adoption without reference to committee calendar. Public comment is not allowed on those items where public comment has been satisfied, as is the case with items 1 through 18. Pursuant to the board's rules of order, please direct your remarks to the board as a whole, not to individual supervisors and nor to the audience. Speakers using translation assistance will be allowed twice the amount of time to testify. And if you would like to display your document on the overhead projector, please clearly state such to SFG TV and remove the document when you would like the screen to return to live coverage of the meeting.
And just for clarity, those members with disability may move forward and speak first. First speaker, please.
I like to use the overhead. My name is Paulette Brown. And as I always come here concerning my son, Aubrey Abercasa, he was murdered August 14, 2006, to a semi-automatic gun, 30 rounds of bullet left that gun into my son. To this day, still no solving of his homicide. And, we're also with an organization called the Healing Circle. Me and George Duran run the Healing Circle. So, for mothers and fathers who've lost their children to homicide. And I also want to bring up the fact that the young lady that was killed at Pier 14, Mayor Ed Lee is honoring her with a placard, and it says, but not other murder victims. What about our children? I brought that up last time I was here. And I feel he owes us an apology concerning this too, for mothers and fathers who've lost their children on San Francisco streets. I still remember him saying we can't give dead people jobs. And I was traumatized by that. And I just think that there should be an apology concerning that. We're out here every Tuesday and Thursdays, these mothers, myself, asking Ed Lee to talk to us, to give us some acknowledgement that we're out here. I also bring up that we fight for other young men and mothers and fathers who've lost their children to homicide. And I also wanted to say that Gavin Newsom said, I know who killed her child. The DA know who killed her child. The police know who killed her child. And they said they have names and can name addresses. So these are the names that former Mayor Gavin Newsom have. Thomas Hannibal, Paris Moffett, Andrew Vadu, Jason Thomas, Anthony Hunter, Marcus Carter. These are all the men that were there that murdered my child. And I know you know half of these boys on here are on Facebook with everybody, living their lives, because I looked it up. These names didn't get pulled out of a hat. Chief Sir gave them to me.
Next speaker, please.
Tom Gilberti, and I'm going to use my wheelchair. My mother's 91st birthday is today, and 7 o'clock is coming quickly. Last week in the chambers, we recognized two commendations of two fellow workers that have been here 15 kind of years. Everybody like them? At South Beach Marina, we don't get that luxury. Everybody's gone. There's no 10, 15, 20-year residents. Even the techies can't afford it. A long-term resident is important. It's a healthy ingredient in any neighborhood. Market rate apartments is like a cavity in a neighborhood, any neighborhood, all neighborhoods in the city. In my housing plan, Part 3, freeze market rate rents, reset long-term rents, and establish one citywide rent control for everybody. Old folks matter. I learned that when I was 29, popped a cartilage in my knee, and stayed in a crutches in the Capitola, in the ocean, in the bay off Capitola Beach. It was just lovely. Froze my knee up, and these old ladies would look out their window in between their soaps commercials, and they would look at me and say, "He's still there." And they gave me my first jobs when I was off crutches. I became their handyman. They showed me what was it like to be relevant when life has almost passed you by, and it helped me to become kind of like what I am right here after 27 years now in a wheelchair. After Part 5, I'm going to run out of time. I'm going to ask for myself and others, can we have more seconds, please?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I want to start off by saying, who murdered my grandson? Who killed my grandson? My name is Kanika Lamont Jones. I'm an educator with the San Francisco Unified School District for 38 plus years. Harith Achan is my grandson. I'm the grandmother. He was 21 years old, shot and murdered 5 days before his 22nd birthday. In that quadruple homicide, January the 9th, 2015. We want justice for the four who were murdered January 9th, 2015. We need this justice. We need you to make an arrest. There is evidence in this case. They were subjects, and you know who it is, but no one wants to make this arrest. It has been made several, we know that the press was notified that they know who the police department knows who murdered my grandson and the other 3 young men, with several unsolved homicides regarding our people of color. It is evident that this is no care for the so-called African American people here in San Francisco, a people who have their culture and their language stripped, and the effects are evident. Well, we, the Hebrews of Yahweh Elohim, of the Hebrew cultural community, we know our history, and our children know their history and their culture. And we continue to demand that this city be held accountable for the unsolved murders. We want justice.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
On Salah Hakuya Chandler, please, I need your the audio. I'm in a state of shock because of the horror of this board and the organizations in San Francisco who are not prioritizing the murders of our African American children. And here it is that Mayor Lee made a statement concerning Katie Stiley, which I bless their family, and I'm thankful for what they're receiving. She was somebody. What, our black boys not nobody? Come on, let's get real. Why do I have to sit here for 4 and 5 hours and then we're not getting no phone calls to what we're requesting for you to do? No reward is given for these boys. 4 of them murdered. Not one. Here we fighting every Tuesday and Thursday. Not one black person came over here from these organizations to help us every Tuesday and Thursday at 1 o'clock. When I tried to find out what the meeting was for today, when I went in and tried to speak, the leader of the organization shut me up. I just talked to the people outside. They said it was embarrassing the way I was treated, but I handled it with respect. I went to Washington, D.C. and was treated like a dog from this woman named Maddie Scott, who's using my son's name to make money and didn't sponsor one dime, but used my name and was caught on the recorder. Every one of you is going to be held accountable for these homicides and not doing something about it, and all of y'all unifying. It shouldn't just be on London and Malia. She just represented her people very well. You understand? She represented hers. We want somebody to represent ours. Now you're going to represent San Francisco and unified all these districts. I just talked to Doris Ward. It wasn't no districts. They unified. How many more African American boys do have to be killed? And this one woman here got a plaque. And everybody's talking about it now. You got a policy right now, and our children was murdered 9 months ago. What does it take for you to have an understanding that we are telling you we want you to start making arrests? This boy right here, Newsom, knew what time it was, gave names. He was saving people's lives. But did they call her and say her son was getting a reward, that she was getting a reward? What's going on around here? I'm not here playing the political game with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And this is my son.
Next speaker, please.
Madam President, members of the board, I waited on my hopefully temporary disabled privilege because I didn't want to come in front of these mothers because I believe they have been disabled as well. I don't believe you lose a child and remain the same. I don't think you lose a child and remain very logical. I don't know how you approach that loss in a way that you can always make everybody happy when you're hurting. So I wanted to just wait until they were finished to just say a couple of things. Some of you may or may not know I live at Frederick Douglass Haynes Garden. So what has been happening to us is real personal to me. It is a tremendous concern. But the concern is larger than Frederick Douglass Haynes. I've said it before. I may have said it here. If I haven't, let me say it now. We live not only in San Francisco, but all over the country. We live in the first period in history where the wealthy covet the homes and the neighborhoods of the poor. And if we don't take action to protect them for the people that live there, they won't be there. We've always loved the homes of the wealthy. We used to take visitors to the city through Pacific Heights and Sea Cliff, but we couldn't do anything about it because we didn't have any money. But they want what we have, and they have money. But we're never going to solve it unless we understand something. And there's an article I will be sending to all of you that talks about the 8 or 9 most progressive cities in the country and how racist they are. Of course, San Francisco is in there. Seattle, Wisconsin, Portland, Austin, Texas, the most politically progressive cities have serious problems with African Americans and
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, President Reed and other members of the cabal. My name is Christopher Dahl, and I live at 6th and Howard, 10 blocks and less than 14 meters from sea level. I rise to comment on environmental impacts. Compared to the half-wit Republicans in Congress, the factual lapses of some of you 2 weeks ago at least err on the side of caution. Ms. Blackburn, second-ranking Republican twit on the House Energy Committee, asserts that humans have no impact on the environment. It would be so easy and so very emotionally satisfying, if karmically disastrous, to demonstrate her lies upon her directly. All I would need to do would be to encase her in a physical bubble just as impervious as her moral bubble, a bubble impervious to any exchange with the outer environment, a bubble which would trap her in her own exhaust fumes. What would be the result? In a few minutes, she would pass out. In another few, she would lose all higher brain function, such as those may be. And finally, if left too long, she would die. How's that for one human being's environmental impact? This wouldn't be necessary if all people understood that all we need for world carbon balance is free energy, fresh water, and new trees. And translated for our recent visitors, this is impetus libros aquamunda et arbores novae. And Tsuyo Nong Yuan Chun Jing Shui Xin Shu. And for the rest of the world's money, freie Feuer, frische Wasser und neue Bäume. Thank you, President Breed.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
No another country in the world evict 85 years person on the street. It's a death sentence. Very nice. It's like Hitler sent to concentration camp, and this is United States sent on the street. People eating from the garbage can, drinking from the garbage can, never saw doctors. It's fascist country, United States. In San Francisco, in them. God punished them.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I know you're tired, and so am I. And another problem, I didn't hear a word from God. I guess I'm on the wrong wavelength. Anyway, this is about legs. I never realized how many people have leg problems, young and old, and can't stand in an upright balancing position for long periods of time. In a civilized society, they provide ample places where people can sit and rest their sore and swollen legs. They're called parks, where they can gather in parks, like New York City Central Park, because we have Golden Gate Park is It's nice, but it's too far out. We do have Union Square, but we need scattered seating throughout the city where we allow people to sit and rest, especially the poor and homeless and those that live in one-room, bedroom apartments. And yes, they do need to be maintained, the parks and the benches, of course, but that's part of a living society. We spend thousands of dollars providing for foot races and in the city, but very little for rest stops. Oh yeah, I know, but how about the homeless? But they need to rest too. They can't sit on the sidewalk because that's illegal. I guess it still is. I don't know. Okay, thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Marion Jackson. I'm a board member of the Officers for Justice, and I'm speaking for our president, Sergeant Yolanda Williams, and she wanted me to talk about the African American Community Police Relations Board and trying to get it reestablished. It was established under Mayor Willie Brown when he was in office, and we would like to see that again because it actually addressed the crisis in the black community, whether it was police or health or housing. The black community needs to say so in how we are treated in our community. So the African American Community Relations Board was one of the ways that we could address those issues. We also want to talk about community policing. We think community policing need to be in our communities because that's the wave of the future, and it gives the community an opportunity to participate in how they are policed. We want to involve in the training of our new police officers, and we want to get the community more involved in community activities. And I want to thank President for letting me speak today. Okay. Thank you, President Breed.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Fred Jordan. I'm the president of the San Francisco African American Chamber of Commerce, and I would imagine some of you have heard a little bit about the chamber. We've been around since 1973. This is my third term. I know that we are very astounded and very happy about this bustling economy here in the city, and they say that high waters raise all boats, but it hasn't raised the boats of the black community. Jobs and contracts. And we do have an out-migration here, and I know that many of you have heard about this out-migration. We're not doing anything about it. The out-migration continues. It's gone from 18%, I don't care what they say, about 14%. It went 18%. I came here in 73 from school, and I know, and it's down, way down. 6.5. We need to do something about this as a body. You have probably heard about the threatened boycott of the chamber, of the black chamber. We had 62 people that came together to try to address that. Did not really hear that much from the board. You promised a hearing. We were promised that we would get 1.5% of the hotel tax to try to address some of the problems of the black community. We've got nothing. We have grants. There are grants all over the place. We've got nothing. Yoshi's is our last vestige of culture. It's taken away. That's a business. We've got nothing. I'm asking this body to please pay attention to some of our problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, President London Breed and members of the board. My name is Maddie Scott. I'm the founder of Healing for Our Families in Our Nation, Mothers in Charge chapter leader, and San Francisco Brady campaign president. I stand here before you today, standing on the heels of our former ancestors, to let you know that it feels like Jim Crow in San Francisco. It really does, and it's very sad that we're in the state of emergency that we're in. Thank you, Supervisor Avalos, about your report. That is so true and so needed. With the outward migration of African Americans and black and brown, our children are traumatized by violence citywide. And the outward migration of black and brown and poor people, our communities are being taken over by developers and big businesses with no opportunities for black and brown people. And the mayor has closed his door. Today we went to the mayor's office, and once again the door was shut in our faces. And this really is a sad day for me because it does feel like Jim Crow in San Francisco. That's what it feels like. I come speaking on behalf of the lost loved ones to gun violence, as we've been on this battlefield for over 20 years. There was not a plaque given in honor of these two people, DeMario Odell Taylor, who was killed the same month as Katie Steinlen. He is the grandson of Debbie Arribes. Neither was a plaque given for Renisha Monique Raven. It will be 20 years next year that I will be celebrating my son's anniversary, and I also speak on behalf of the 43 homicides lives that was taken last year and the lives that was taken this year as we hit the streets in January. I ask that the board really be sensitive to this issue, that our communities are hurting and suffering. I know, Supervisor Breed, you have done excellent in serving us and giving us that wonderful event at the West Bay Conference Center. But Friday past was a National Day of Remembrance.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors, President Londonberry, and all of the people who stayed in the midst of this long meeting. I know everyone is tired. My name is Carletta Jackson Lane. I'm the Executive Director of Sojourner Truth Foster Family Service Agency. And what I wanted to say to the board is that we are actually suffering from a state of emergency. The actual violence that is occurring in San Francisco is a public health epidemic, and that we need a partnership between the community and our officials of power, including the mayor. And what I would like to say to you is our agency, Sojourner Truth, has been in existence for 26 years here in San Francisco, and we service the poorest of the poorest families. And so, for example, in District 10, there are multiple, at least 5 HUD housing complexes, and the families in there, they're babies and children who are put in positions where they're in, what else can I say, but poor housing situations. And the reality is that because of the economic divide, I know San Francisco is a beautiful city, we all want to live here, but because of the boominess of the economy, the reality is that we have families who, the Caucasian families, there are 110,000, and the medium for an African American family is 29,000. That is a huge gap, and what is resulting is that the families are being broken apart. We have mothers who are actually homeless with their babies on the street, and so there needs to be a new connection with the community and our actual government officials, and I'm begging that you would touch your heart.
Thank you.
Like the way when.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
My name is Richard Dixon. Good evening, and I'd like to thank Supervisor Breed for honoring Dr. Amos Brown. It's an honor to be here on this day to honor a true civil rights pioneer. And I'm also Deputy Director of California's Congress for Racial Equality. We sponsor the Martin Luther King Day Parade every year. It's about 30 years now. And I'd like to invite you all to Los Angeles on his birthday. I'm also on the board of Inner City Youth, and we try to prepare young men to be responsible citizens and not suffer the atrocities of being in prison, jail, being supervised by public defenders, prosecutors, who are all living on their backs when they put them in jail, and there's a cottage industry on our youth. So I'm fighting with Dr. Brown for our economic rights, and it is a true crisis in San Francisco. I'm CEO of a pharmaceutical company who's the only licensed pharmaceutical company in America, and it's right here in San Francisco. We're trying to negotiate with the city, who spends $26 million on pharmaceuticals and not anything in the African American community who buy a lot of the pharmaceuticals. We need your support. I'm going to be talking to all of you. We're negotiating with San Francisco General at the present time. So when we come to you, I hope you give us your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Supervisor Reed and the other supervisors. I'm really appalled as to how this meeting was carried out. Personally, I've been here since about 1:15. Everybody's exhausted. The supervisors are laying around. You don't want to hear us. You know, you want to hear about other people, but here we are at the end. Redevelopment, I can't stand. They lie, and they come in to destroy, take away, and when I say destroy, that's what I mean, to take away our livelihood, our homes that we've lived in. They want to come in and build it up. We can't afford it. The majority of us can't, because they'll say, well, we're going to do this and we're going to do that, and they lie, because when they study, they're lying. They're not going to do it. So when you go to Washington, D.C. to talk to HUD, you let them know that the HUD representative persons here in San Francisco are lying to us too. They're trying to take our homes. They want to take our homes and turn it back over to the city and county of San Francisco, which is wrong. And it's just a process that they go through to try to get it all back into their hands so you will control everything. And Ed Lee, I'm not going to call him a mayor anymore because he's not my mayor. He didn't meet with us as black Americans here, and he did not come into his office, so he's not my mayor, and I won't be voting for him again. And for the other persons that are on board with this redevelopment, bringing these developers from out of town, from China and New York City, wherever they come from, to take over our community, the black quarter. We are appalled, and we're going to do everything we can to stop them. We're not going to support them, and that's the way we feel in the black community. So please, if you will, stop giving these redevelopments all of this leadway, and you know what you're doing. You're talking to them behind closed doors. They're paying you off. You're getting money somewhere along the line. There's money that's being moving around, but we're not being benefited by it. We can't get what we need in our community.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Madam President and the rest of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Preston Turner, and I am the chairman of the trustee board at the Third Baptist Church. As we know, the city of San Francisco is challenged with affordable housing. Rents are skyrocketing. Special attention really needs to be taken to assure that apartment complexes like F.D. Haynes Garden, which was developed specifically for those families that were displaced during the urban renewal, those apartments must be preserved. We petition the support of the Board of Supervisors and also Mayor Ed Lee to assure that the current Board of Directors are fired and the board is returned to Third Baptist Church. The Board of Supervisors need to prevent and block the board from selling F.D. Haynes Gardens complex for their personal profit. Additionally, we request the Board of Supervisors, Mayor Ed Lee, and HUD to work with Third Baptist to assure F.D. Haynes Garden remains affordable and help to renovate this complex as well. Our prayer is that this city of St. Francis recognize that this is a perfect opportunity to lead and influence the nation regarding this quest. Last, we request a meeting with Mayor Ed Lee to discuss the issues of affordable housing, the decline of African American population, and the people of color. Together, we need to hear his plan in preserving and rebuilding a diversified San Francisco. You know, the mayor is my friend, and if he's listening, we need a meeting. Finally, we applaud President Bree on her leadership and steadfast vision to restore and rebuild affordable housing. Last, in conclusion, we invite you to join us at Third Baptist Church this evening to hear Reverend Haynes as we are in revival tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Otto Duffy, North Market neighborhood activist. I'm really aware of how we live in a very complex society where there's all kinds of possibilities. Really, the fine points of how things are done really has an effect on the outcome. For example, I know that when we try to control crime in the Tenderloin, I know, the possibility exists that might create stress in other neighborhoods or other parts of the Bay Area, for one example. Or, I think we're seeing some effects of something that's kind of like a bubble economy here, and it's putting stress on everyone. And if I'm the first, and part of that economy is the very low interest rates that are causing an unstable economy. And if I'm the first one to be yelling at Janet Yellen, damn it, Janet, then I'll do it. One other thing I heard today, I think is a little bit inaccurate. Someone said that our garbage collection and our processing system is the best in the world. That's really a misstatement. It's certainly pretty good by United States standards, but we have such a high resource consumption level compared to the rest of the world that even when we're recycling 80% of our garbage, it's still creating we basically are flat on the bulk amount, absolute amount of garbage we're generating. Even at 80%. And then the recycling process itself oftentimes creates a lot of pollution, and it certainly generates a lot of energy consumption. So, it's not, we're nowhere near having the system that is the answer. That's all I got.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
President Breed, members of the board, esteemed members of the board, I was listening to the Alex Jones show a few days ago, and he was interviewing Congressman Walter Jones, who I pray will be the next Speaker of the House. And I literally went door knocking around my neighborhood and told people, tune your radio to KOMY 1340. I was hoping Rush was going to interview Congressman Walter Jones, but it turns out the 28 pages that President Bush had sealed up for reasons of so-called national security, he read. And there's nothing in there about national security. If you want to know about what national security sometimes means, you want to Google Jim Mars with 2Rs.com, JFK, or Governor Jesse Ventura, who's studied the JFK assassination for 25 years. He knows what he's talking about. And all fingers point to the prince in Saudi Arabia is basically quarterbacking that. So I'm praying, it says in Daniel 2, he removeth kings and setteth up kings, that Walter Jones will be the next Speaker of the House. Now Jesus was the Speaker of the House in the temple, and he said, if any man thirst, let him come to me and drink. He that believeth on me, as the Scripture hath said, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water. This spake he of the Spirit, which was not given because he wasn't yet glorified. In other words, Jesus had to die on the cross for our sins and raised from the dead in order for the Spirit to be poured out. God can only have mercy on a sinner based upon the death of Jesus Christ. And so Jesus pointed time and time again to Scripture. And it shall be in that day that living waters shall go out from Jerusalem, half of them toward the former sea and half of them toward the Hennepin Sea.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to provide public comment at this time? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Madam Clerk, can you please read the items for adoption without reference to committee?
Item 55 is an approval of a 60-day extension for Planning Commission review of an ordinance amending the Planning Code to require conditional use authorization for all residential mergers.
Roll call vote.
On item 55, Supervisor Kim? Aye. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr? Absent. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener?
Supervisor Wiener?
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos? Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. Supervisor Christensen?
Aye.
Christensen, aye. Supervisor Cohen? Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell?
Aye.
Farrell, aye. There are 10 ayes.
The resolution is adopted unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, can you please read the in memoriams?
Yes, today's meeting will be adjourned in memory of the following beloved individual. At the request of President Breed, for Mrs. Tracy Michelle Dyson.
Okay, this brings us to the end of our agenda. Madam Clerk, is there any further business before us?
That concludes our business for today.
We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.